All right. So this time it's a little different than what we normally do. We're going to be going through and talking about a little someone that the both of us know pretty well, or at least one of us knew pretty well. I'm Nick. You've seen me play in the D&D game. I'm just here to talk about Irish. This gentleman here, Irish, with my friend Banksy here. He knew Irish quite a bit better than I did, and Irish is a complicated subject. Irish, aka Sean Armstrong, which is what his real name was, he was complicated. He was a really nice guy, and he really did seem like he wanted to make friends, but he had a lot of deep rooted mental issues that began to spiral more and more as time went on. Now, if you talk about Irish, you must talk about John Kevin Maley, his father. He's a lot less complicated. A horrible person, and any negative descriptor you can think of that ends with ist or phobic probably describes him. But, Banksy, let's start off quite simple with this. How did you meet Irish, and what was he really like when you first met?
Uh, I met Irish very briefly back in 2000 and I think it would be the beginning of 2013. Whenever Rise of the Hutt Cartel came out in Star Wars: The Old Republic, um, and we had moved servers for reasons that don't particularly matter right now. And I briefly met him. He had like a really good reputation as a scoundrel DPS, and just a general scoundrel, a player character. And I thought about recruiting him for like a very short time. I got to talking with him very briefly, and he was like very young, like 11, 12 or something like that. So kind of pumped the brakes on recruiting him because age discrimination, I suppose. Didn't want somebody that young in a guild mostly filled with adults, but looking back, it was filled with adults, but they all acted like kids anyway. So, what would it matter? Um, then I met him, I suppose it was like 2016. I met him for the first time when I'd come back to SWOTOR, the game, and I had been there all along, off and on. And I fell in with a group of players called Stim Addicts. It was this guild on Republic side, and I fell in with them, and I joined their team speak. I was kind of against going into like voice channels and stuff like that. I didn't really want to get attached to a group of people or anything like that because I didn't really play. I just like kind of hung out around the game and occasionally filled in for raid teams and stuff and PvP. And I went into their team speak, and they had their little main channel where everybody was kind of sitting in. And then they had a channel called Irish's Chapel, and it was at the bottom. And they had a couple other channels that nobody was in. And then at the bottom of the team speak was this Irish's Chapel channel, and there sat Irish alone. And after being kind of like provoked, I suppose, or guided into going down into the channel, because they were all like, because I recognized his name. He had the name the Leprechaun in the Discord, not the Irish guy, or in the TeamSpeak. And I recognized his name, and I was like, "Is that like the scoundrel from Pot 5 and blah 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 blah?" And yet they knew his play history, and they were like, "Yeah, that's him." I was like, "Oh wow, what's he doing down there?" And they kind of like egged me on without telling me so much what was going on down there, and so I went down there, and he was with an open mic reciting passages from the Bible. And God said on to Moses. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me for more details. I can remember some of it in great, great detail, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, I guess first off, so he would just sit there in his channel just preaching to nobody, like for hours at a time.
Yeah, at least as far as like I could surmise. guys. Yeah. About the only person who would go down and talk to him was a guy named Kifu. Uh, I think occasionally he'd come up in PvP with them, but for the most part, he was on the back end of a. I don't know if you want me to get into it now. I can, how he ended up there and all that type of stuff with the Covenant Guild.
Yeah, we could start getting into a little bit of it now, sure. It,
So, yeah, he was in their guild, and I guess he kind of like, participated, and Kifu was kind of like trying to guide him to a better place in life, but failing, as we all did. And he was only in their guild because he had been in a guild called the Covenant prior. Um, and I never interacted with them too much, but it was, I think, kind of like a Christian based guild. No swearing in their guild chat or anything like that. No swearing in voice or anything like that. And Irish had a very nasty habit of playing his computer volume through speakers. Whether it be he had a set of speakers and then the built-in speakers on his like very old. He had like a very old CRT monitor at the time, if memory serves. Um, and one night they were talking about like Trump v. Hillary or some, and everybody in this Discord or TeamSpeak was in the Covenant's TeamSpeak was pretty liberal. Nobody liked Trump. I think Irish just kind of didn't care. He didn't really, yeah, and yeah. So John walked by the room and heard that and said some, very terrible things to everybody. And Irish, had an open fucking mic, so all John had to do was walk up and talk into the mic. He didn't, even, because that was Irish, never using common sense. And John's, called this girl who Irish had a crush on, who was the GM. I think her name was Arwen, but spelled different, like the Lord of the Rings character, but spelled different. Called her like a dirty cunt and a bunch of other terrible stuff, and they booted Irish right out of the team speak, and Irish ended up getting taken in by Stim Addicts, by Kifu, because he knew Irish, he knew who he was, and remembered him from Pot 5 and the old school PvP days, and that's how he ended up in Stim Addicts. So by the time I came around, he was like, it was fresh. It was like 2 weeks off of that, and he was in Stim Addicts, just reciting passages of the Bible and kind of angry at what happened towards his father.
that'd be one of many things we'll get into tonight that he was rightfully angry at his father for. About how long would you say the two of you were in Stim Addicts together specifically?
It had to be at least 6 or 7 months, maybe 5. It couldn't have been too long. Because Irish had a tendency to come and go. He'd like he'd be on the game and then he'd vanish, for various reasons. But he never vanished that whole time in that first block of time knowing him. But it couldn't have been too long. It was like 5 months at the most. Stim Addicts was falling apart. Everything was falling apart pub side. Long before that, Republic side, and just the game in general. But 4 or 5 months of that time with Irish and Stim Addicts and that type of stuff.
Okay. And then he kind of vanished for a while after that, and you moved on to other things. About how long did you know Irish before you were introduced to John?
So this guy was like the main focal point of anything Irish talked about, like 90% of the time. So I think within probably 3 days of knowing Irish, because it's not every day if somebody's in a channel in an online chat room reciting passages of the Bible, like it's a cry for help. It's a cry for attention. At least that's how I perceive it and perceived it back then. So I went down there and introduced myself, and we had like some like very minimal amount of rapport because he remembered me from years and years and years ago. Our guild had like a somewhat decent PvP reputation back then, and my name, I guess, had some type of reputation. I don't know why, but a good one. And yeah, so we kind of hit it off, and mostly just talking about like I mean, day one is when he told me what happened to him and how he ended up in stimatics. I was like, okay, you know. So I heard about John like day one, but it was just my dad did this, not these horrendous details of the man, John Maley. So about day 3 or 4 is when he started really talking about John, and you know how terrible John was, and how much he despised his father, and all this type of stuff. And I wasn't the only one in that team speak that thought this. A lot of us just thought he was like making it up, or like, okay, you know, type of thing. It can't be that bad. And then Irish, you know, bombed us all with the team speak had a little chat box at the bottom at the time, and he, you know, put this YouTube link in, and he said, watch it if you're not gonna believe me. And I said, okay, I'll watch it, sure. And me and Kifu watched it together. Yeah.
And this is the video we have linked here, right?
Yeah, and I'll explain as it plays if you want to.
Yep,
Go
we'll
ahead
do.
and play it.
This is what you do to rude neighbors.
So for back context on all this, John is talking to his next door neighbor, who he had been feuding with for months, a woman who was liberal. And this is during like the height of Trump versus Hillary, I suppose, or the beginning of it. And,
Get rid of it.
yeah.
Just fucking tell it to leave the neighborhood. 'Cause you've been here
So after seeing this, I believed most things he said about his father.
Taxes on time.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think you'd believe anything about someone who did this at what looks like 3 in the afternoon.
Now, mind you, she's not out there listening to him or anything like this. She's at work. And he had done all these horrendous things to her, like fill up pickle jars with jars of grease, chuck them into her driveway, popped her tire with something. I think somebody called it like a caltrop or something. I don't know exactly what popped the tire. But this, like, feud of theirs got so bad that she pressed charges, hired a private investigator. She ended up moving away. And I believe she beat John in court, some type of civil court case.
Keep it cool.
Okay.
Pretty easily.
And I'm not
Crushed her.
moving. You might, but I'm not.
But yeah, you know, you see him looking over there pointing. There's nobody there. He said, the story behind this video basically is, he said, get your iPod. Irish had this like iPod. I don't know the make or model. I never actually owned an iPod. But he said, get your iPod, and it was able to do things like play music and record and watch videos on it. And he said, get your iPod, just one afternoon randomly. And he said, film me doing this. And that's how this happened. And there's also lost footage that's lost to time. You can see the evidence for it in one of these like posters Irish made that I think is somewhere in the PowerPoint. Maybe it'll come up later. But there's actually, he later, after the filming of this short video, went on to start beating the toolbox that he throws over his fucking head. Like kicking it, punching it, you know, going crazy. I think, I don't know exactly the timeline of events in this little feud between John and Renee. Her name was Renee. I don't know, but something tells me, given the disposition of him in the video and like what he's talking about, she was suing him, I think, during this time, and he was probably losing. And you know, the private investigator had been seen looking in their windows of their home. There's a picture of him. If it's in this PowerPoint, I'll point it out who he is in the photo. But yeah, I mean, just judging by all this, it's John like throwing a temper tantrum and having his son record it for, you know, some reason. And my guess is he was like, either she had just initiated the lawsuit based on how he's speaking and the wordage, she had just initiated the lawsuit, or, you know, he was basically just losing. I don't know for sure, though.
And his choice through all of that was to have his son come out and film him doing this.
And continue harassing her.
That too.
Yeah.
That too.
Yeah, he continued to harass her. I don't know how the dispute between the two of them started. It was... I believe, I can't say with certainty, but I believe it was, you know, it had something to do with politics. She was, because that's all Irish would always, she's a liberal and my dad hates Hillary Clinton. And so, I guess maybe they got to discussing politics and it blew up from there because they got into some type of debate. And she was a lesbian too, and John is like racist, sexist, homo. He's everything, like you said, way better than I can say. So, yeah. But, yeah.
Okay. Well, on a similar question, before we keep showing more of the man he was and kind of give context to anyone watching and explain it more, I feel I should ask what your interpretation of John was at the point you saw this.
Oh, that's a good question. I knew by that point he was like a raging racist because Irish would drop slurs like it was nothing. And Stim Addicts, especially the N bomb, and Stim Addicts had a guy named Mug or Mugenji, and he was the black guy. And I had known him for a very long time. He was a great player, good guy, and he's just sitting there listening to Irish drop N bombs. I'm like, Irish, like what the fuck? So many discussions about it doesn't matter if your dad's racist, because he would say things like, well, I don't like my dad, I hate my dad. Well, if you hate your dad, why are you copying him? Why do you you know why are you being racist? Why are you and he was like, well, I'm not racist, but I'm just saying the N word. It's like, well, don't perpetuate the cycle, so to speak. But Irish was, in my opinion, back then pretty racist, all things considered, and tried to show him the light. But all I knew, right off the rip, was he was a raging racist, and so my opinion of him after seeing that video was uh, mental problems. I didn't know he was like this alcoholic and drug user. I didn't know anything like that. I knew raging racist. And after a grown man throwing a toolbox over, throwing a temper tantrum, and having his disenchanted young son filming him, it got to be some type of mental issues there.
I mean, I would assume so. Uh, and about how long would you... There's another video that this picture's associated with that I've got set up here. How long would you say it was before this video was posted?
Okay, so this, I have no idea. This is, and I legitimately have no idea. Because this video was given to us, shown to us during the Birds of Prey era, which is another era of SWTOR before Double Destruction, blah, 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 blah. But this was described when it was put in the Discord. In the Bird, they had a Discord, not a TeamSpeak kind of thing. I think Discord had risen to prominence by that point, maybe, and nobody was using anything but Discord. But yeah, so he dropped this video in, and he was like, I forgot to post this, and he never gave a date, he never gave a time. I actually didn't watch it first. I wasn't the first person to watch it. I was doing something. We were running like some type of story mode raid, so I was like playing in the game. And somebody saw it and they were like, oh my god, he did a fucking Hail Zig Hitler's salute. And the video quickly got deleted right out of the Discord by one of their pathetic officers, and rightfully so, but one of these pathetic people in that guild. And then Irish had reposted it so I could see it in this little Discord channel we had with that Kifu guy who was long gone at this point. He had left, quit playing, moved on to something else. But we had a Discord with just me, him, and Irish, because Kifu had made like there was some type of drama in Stim Addicts. I don't know what happened. I wasn't involved, but Kifu ended up leaving and making his own little guild, and they called it like Home One or something like that. And anyway, that guild and the guild ship went on to be the Double Destruction Guild and the guild ship, because by the time that all happened, I was the GM of that guild. But anyway, yeah. So Irish had reposted it, and I watched it, and I was like, oh my god, like what the hell. I know like very minimal context about this video. I don't know like the time frame in which it happened. And the only thing I know is John is like angry in this video, and he says, fucking God, who the fuck's he think he is? John was angry at God because of, I think he tried to apply to get his like license back you know, and you have to go through some type of like process. It's not this thing where you just like, oh, you've had good behavior, you can have your license back. That's not how it works. It's some type of like long process of like, okay, and if you want your license, if it's a drunk driving thing, it's this long process of if you want your license back, you have to pay like $9,000 to get this machine put in your car that you have to breathe into for your car to be able to even turn on. It's like this big process. It's not this like good behavior slap on the wrist type of thing. Like 3 strikes DUI, you're out. So, and if you know, and I think he had tried and he had found out how much money it was going to cost for him to even get that machine put in, which is just one of many steps you have to go through. And because then you have to drive clean and into the machine for all this time, you know. And so he was like super angry that night that this video, you know. But when it happened, you can play it. But when it happened, and what relevance it has to anything else, I don't know beyond this
Too chicken to show yourself.
ridiculous.
You're a bitch. You're a weak
Apparently
bitch.
he was.
I can't do myself because I'm
Yeah,
fucking
apparently he was
okay.
raging so much that Irish like felt compelled to record him because he was out here like, you know, talking to himself so loudly. He's pretty toasted in this video.
Oh yeah, you can tell he's drunk, probably high as a kite, if he could be high as a kite.
I'm sure he was. But bare minimum, some type of cheap marijuana. Yeah, there it is.
There you go. Film it.
And again, this...
That's a smoker's choice mini cigar.
Oh boy, smoker's choice. We've looked them up before. They are one of the absolute cheapest brands you can possibly find. They're death sticks beyond normal cigarettes, even.
Yeah, and then God only knows what happened after he grabbed that camera out of his hands. He could have beat him. He could have, you know, who the fuck knows? I don't know. But yeah, that video, there was never much information given on it. Irish just had dropped it in, and then all this stuff happened, and then I had, after all the events of the night and then Birds of Prey had concluded, I had been able to go back and look at it, and he told me, you know, why. So it probably happened. That video probably happened sometime in 2017, is my guess. You know, I'm not sure what the upload date on it is. That might, you know, guide you in a better direction. But yeah, if it's important. But yeah.
Okay. And again, it's another kind of example of John being bitter that the consequences of his own actions are kind of coming to revisit him in a way.
I think that was part of the cycle. I think it was a vicious cycle that probably happens in a lot of houses across the world. But yeah, you know, John would do something dumb that got him in trouble. He would either get arrested or get a warrant out on him, and then he would end up getting arrested. He'd go away for a while. Irish and his mother would be happy, you know, and then he'd come back because he'd get out of jail. You get out of jail, you have no money, you haven't been working, you probably don't have a job, and you know, he'd find a shitty job, and then he'd get angry, but that shitty job would give him access to cheap cigarettes, like smokers, all your vices, cheap money, cheap marijuana, God knows what else, and then, yeah, you know, all this would start again.
And this had happened, to your knowledge, at least a few times by the time you met Irish and found out about the cycle.
Oh, more than a few. I paid the little website. It's like the government records website or whatever. I paid the $10 a month. You have to pay, like, or maybe it was like $20 a month to look at John's criminal history and arrest records. And yeah, it had been going on more or less since the time rough math, Irish was like maybe 8 or something like that, like very young. But no, yeah, it was a constant thing.
And when he was there, he was just a drunken, abusive asshole, basically. So,
yeah, very.
that actually gives a lot of context, and I think gives a much clearer picture of the type of human being he was. If this is the way that we know he chose to live his life, is that continual cycle of arrest and abuse. And that's just what Irish was telling at the time. As time would go on, we'd find out even more about him that's somehow worse.
Yeah, the John Kevin Codex was like ever growing. I mean, there's stories that uh, can't even be corroborated if they were true or not. The way to corroborate what was truthful and what wasn't was paying the $20 to look at the Michigan state records and seeing the arrest records. But you know, there's like a story. Irish was apparently very young, and it was just him and John, and they went out to eat somewhere. And John was drunk, and he didn't want to pay. Actually, I think it was like the cook was black, so John didn't want to pay. I'm pretty sure that's. But either way, and he was probably drunk too, and he didn't want to pay. So this big scene happened, and this is after they ate. So this big scene happened, and John, grabbed Irish and took him out of the restaurant. And well, if you do that, the cops are gonna get called. And some lady apparently like tried to intervene, and she followed John out, and she was like, "Let me pay for your meal, calm down," type of deal. And John punched her right in the face and knocked her out apparently. So Irish had said, and looking for that, comparing that story in the compendium of John Kevin to his Michigan State arrest records, there was nothing like that there that I found. But that doesn't mean it never happened. He could have punched him, got in the car, cop showed up 2 minutes, and he's already long gone. And then you tell the cops, "Oh, he looks like this." And if he paid with cash, you don't have his name, you don't have his number, you don't have any, So it very well could have happened. I would venture a guess if every story we heard was at least in part true, just given his history.
I'd agree, especially because the stuff we can confirm is true is like even more out there than that. And we'll get into it as we go on through here, but given what we know is true, I would not be shocked that anything we don't know is true. It ends up being factual.
Well, I mean, really, what I used to ask myself was, what don't we know? And what don't we know? You get into the stealing of the iPod. He would steal Irish's iPod to watch the midget porn, and what don't we know? Jerk off in the garage watching that type of stuff. It's a grown man doing that with a kid. So what don't we know? That's the real question. I guess that's the writer in me. I don't know. It's like, what don't we know? Oh man, that's got to be some good shit.
Well, that's actually I think that's an excellent question to bring up, because as we're gonna get into as we go on, what we do know is the kind of stuff that would be most any of it. Like any one single event that we're going to get into as we go on is the kind of thing that would have been a hidden story for a family, right? The dark family secret nobody ever tells.
Not the common trend.
Yeah, exactly. Not something that you can just, well, like this, just drop in the Discord randomly one day. Because this is the kind of video that would be like a legend amongst most families that this had happened.
I think the other one's even worse. Yeah, I think that one's even worse.
Like, the best way I can put it is, if John were anyone in a normal family, he would be that stereotypical uncle that shows up only at family gatherings and isn't allowed near people.
Well, he is from a normal family by all accounts. He is. And he is what you're describing. Minus the showing up at family anniversaries. He's a black sheep, for sure.
I mean,
what we know.
I would say that's a perfect segue to kind of start opening the codex, the Melee Lumen, if you will. And I guess a good place to start would be how they lived in a place called Garden City, Michigan when you knew them. Do you know how they ended up there? Because from my understanding, it was a bit more of a tale than just that.
Yeah, it was a journey. So I don't know. I was told where they lived prior to Garden City. I can't remember. So I can't confirm whether it was this more like upper middle class type of deal or not. But supposedly how the story went, how Irish told it. And Irish is a very like a single digit child at this time. But as the story goes, John had like a so John was in the Navy back in the day, and he was in Vietnam, albeit he never fought. He was on a ship though, so there's that. But he wasn't like an infantryman or anything like that. He was some type of I don't know exactly what he did in the Navy, but anyway, coming out of the Navy, he met Sandra at some point, and then all this stuff happened, and they ended up having Irish and all this type of stuff. But if what Irish told us was to be true and believed, John had like a very good job as some type of, he was like a salesman or something like that, like throughout the 80s and into like the early 90s. He had like a really, really good job as a salesman. That's what Irish just said, salesman. And then John ended up, getting hooked on coke. And getting hooked on coke is it's okay if you got a lot of money. I mean, it's not okay, but if you got a lot of money, it's okay. I guess you can sustain the habit, so to speak. But if you don't got a lot of money, um, you're gonna be in trouble. Even if you're just like upper middle class, drugs are expensive. Narcotics are expensive. So it goes anyway. They lived in a very good neighborhood. Like the way it was described was everybody has their own mailbox that's out on the their front yard, private trash pickup, all this type of stuff. Like you're living in a very nice upper scale part of Michigan. And John had gotten into some type of surprise feud with a neighbor, surprise, who was surprise black. And this feud ended up, not getting John and then by proxy Sandra and Irish many fans in this neighborhood. So John one day got super plastered drunk, like whole can of paint plastered to the wall drunk, and he was driving their car. Um, with Irish in his little, baby seat in the back, and Sandra in the passenger side. And they were driving around, and John was just fucking drunk. And he says, "I'm gonna take out this N-words mailbox." Well, John was nowhere near their house, supposedly. And so John drives up onto the sidewalk and takes out 5 mailboxes and like a couple trash cans. None of which being this guy he's feuding with, mind you. And then the cops got called. And John had gotten arrested at that point for obvious reasons. He was probably on coke. I can't confirm, but he was like coke fiending at the time. He was most likely on coke, fucking drunk to fucking hell and back, and he had just driven up on the sidewalk in what is purportedly this very upscale, Michigan neighborhood, taking out all these mailboxes and other things like a trash can or something, who knows. And cops got called. He got picked. He got arrested. They went home. John came out of prison, and no money. He got fired from whatever this good job as a salesman, whatever was. He got fired immediately. I don't know if Sandra worked or not back then. As far as I knew her in my time knowing Irish, she never worked, so something tells me she didn't work back then, but who knows? I'm not judging. I'm just saying. I'm guessing based off what I know. And yeah, they ended up having to move to Garden City, where I don't know much about Garden City. I don't know. Irish always described Garden City as a ghetto. Now, ghetto is a relative term in my opinion, because I've been in one of the biggest ghettos where I'm from, Pittsburgh. It's called the Hill District. I've been there. As college kids, we for some reason it was this great idea to go there and film stuff. And one of the few times I actually got to go out and help on a set, not stuck in an editing room, editor's suite. I end up going. I've drive through the Hill District hundreds of times at this point. That's a ghetto. That is a fucking ghetto. If you're walking around that place in the middle of the night, odds are you're gonna get fucking mugged. And if you're not lucky, shot, and then probably dead. That is a fucking ghetto. From everything I saw, Garden City did not look like a ghetto to me. But maybe that's just because I had been in the Hill District prior, and I've driven through it. Garden City looked like a lower middle class place. I think the term ghetto was probably applied to it by John, and thus Irish probably called it that, because they went from this upper scale neighborhood to a more lower income area. But to look at that house, I had a conversation about this with an ex-girlfriend once. To look at that house, you wouldn't, you don't judge people by their house. I don't. I'm not saying you do, but to look at that house, it's a nice looking house, perfectly normal. I mean, look at that driveway. I don't have a driveway. My fucking garage is behind my house. There's no little driveway or anything like that. I gotta walk from my garage up a fucking hill. Well, it's not a hill, like a little slope, if you will, and then up these like little stone steps. My grandfather had built this stone step pathway years ago for my grandmother, like 50 fucking years ago. I gotta walk up that to get to my back goddamn door. Right? It's a nice looking house.
Well, that's my thing. I've lived in a few different areas. I've shown you when I've lived in like the middle of bumfuck nowhere. I've lived in very much cheaper areas. I live in the park we live in now. From what I've seen of Garden City, it appears not super middle class, but it's one of the more, like you said, lower end middle class neighborhoods. It seems like a decent suburb to live in.
The medium income of Garden City, Michigan is approximately $63,000 to $63,630 a year. So that's the median income. So yeah, I don't know statistics or terminology or anything like that for this stuff, but I suppose that's like right on the line of middle class. Maybe this is as of 2023, but yeah. But they referred to it as a ghetto, and honestly, I think they just called it a ghetto. If I'm gonna be completely blunt about it, is because there was more black people there, and John coined it that, and then thus Irish followed. But Irish had taken me around drives on Garden City via the Google Earth Street View camera, and like, it's not that bad looking of a place. Like, it looks pretty nice. It looks like a lot of places here in where I live.
Well, yeah, I remember we went down it on Street View once, you, me, and maybe a couple other people, but I remember saying that it looks like where I live in Southern California, the city I live in, it looks like that. You could easily confuse some of the streets there for where I live.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's the house anyway. But yeah.
Now, once they got to this house, things started to get a bit ridiculous, and I guess we're going to start getting into some of those stories about John. I guess one of the first ones would be, we've talked about an incident that happened with a printer at one point, and I think this one's one of the big ones we need to hit on first, because it really gets to the core of how bad John was. Do you want to talk about that one?
Sure. Yeah. I don't know like how old Irish was during this time. I don't know. It was sometime. It was sometime Irish dropped out of high school. I could get into why he dropped out of high school if you want.
Yeah, of course. But I think it's important.
So he dropped out of high school in 2013, like late 2013. Don't know the exact date. But it was clearly sometime after we had quit playing SWOTOR and this Rise of the Hot Cartel thing was happening, and Irish was still playing SWOTOR. Um, Irish ended up dropping out of high school because, long story short, Irish and you're gonna see later in the video how close this high school was, and you're gonna ask yourself why. I don't know. I can't tell you why. I don't know why he needed to be rode to high school every day. I don't know. He should have just got up and walked, or taken the bus. My guess is, I've thought about this a lot over the years, my guess is he wasn't offered bus transportation because he lived so fucking close. That's my guess. So it was either walk or get your own way to school. That's how it's like decided, I think. If you live within a certain amount of the school, there ain't gonna be no bus to come pick you up and drop you off. If you go to a public school, they expect you to walk, or your parents take you. So walking, he didn't want to walk. Maybe his mom didn't want him to walk. I don't know. Anyway, so Irish would only be able to go to school by being driven there in that car by Sandra, because John had lost his license at this point. Well, John had to get to work too. At one of his many CNC, I think he did, jobs, like machining bullets. John had to get to work too, and John would make Irish, well, them, but Irish late every day. And apparently in middle school, it wasn't that big of a deal, purportedly. But by the time Irish got to high school, it was a big deal. Like, you show up late, you're in trouble. You're gonna get detention. Like, the first time, it's probably like a whatever type of deal. But after a while, it becomes a problem. So he would get like detention and stuff, all this type of stuff, and he never really complained too much about the detention. It was coming into class late all the time, and he would say everybody's looking at me and judging me and all this type of stuff. So he ended up dropping out because of that. Yeah.
Yeah, another thing, as we'll get into more here, that his father ruined for him.
So the printer, doubling back to the original question, the printer, it happened sometime after he had dropped out, because he was just sitting at home every day. John had come home one day, and he was in like a very good mood, because he had, apparently this is how they do this type of stuff, he had scheduled a meeting with the Aryan Nation, the neo-Nazis, the local branch of them in Michigan, wherever those cocksuckers' local branch is, and they were sending these two guys out to interview John later that night. And so they came, and they did the interview. The Irish wasn't in the interview. But anyway, they left, and John was like super pissed. And John had been deemed too radical for the neo-Nazi.
Too radical for the Michigan branch of the neo-Nazis.
Yeah, and so it was the following morning. John had Irish print out hundreds of swastikas. And John was drunk. Hundreds of swastikas on printer paper. And the printer, black and white, it will eventually run out of ink. It ran out of ink. John got mad. He was drunk, and probably on some type of drug, cheap drug, and threw it out. You can't see it, but, well, actually you can. You can see a doormat there that's cast in the shadow of the hanging roof, the roof that hangs over. You can see a doormat right there. I'm putting my mouse over it. It's just to the right of that bush going up the driveway. You see that doormat?
Yes, I do.
He threw it out that side door, and it hit the Sean Gammon's neighbor's house there, that red brick or orange brick house, and so he threw the printer out the door.
Boy.
And then he went and he put the swastikas up all around the neighborhood.
Delightful thing for a father and son to be doing together. And that printer stayed there for quite a while, didn't it?
A long time, apparently. Like a very long time. Like months and months and months and months, yeah.
And in a similar vein, this wouldn't be the only time that John would go into a rage and throw some kind of household appliance out into this side yard. There's a story you told me that has to do with a tire iron, right?
Well, two separate stories. So so the if you're referring to the other thing that got thrown out the side door, that's their cable box slash DVR. So they had cable at some point. Like John was shelling out the money to have cable television, and John was going through the channels one day, and he found a channel called BET, Black Entertainment Television. I believe that's what it stands for. And John flew into a rage and chucked. Once it was explained to John what it was and why there's only African American people on the, well, not only, but majority African American actresses and actors in their television products, John flew into a rage and threw the goddamn cable box slash DVR. That's how it was always described to me, slash DVR, out the side side door.
And again, that would remain in the yard for an extended period of time.
Now the story you're talking about, a tire iron, happens like way later. That was like months before the Malay Civil War, which is a whole nother can of worms. But the tire iron thing is, if you don't have cable, you get like 3 basic packages, or 3 basic channels, or maybe like 6 or something like that. I don't know. And one of them is always PBS, Public Broadcast Station. And they were running a Martin Luther King documentary because it was February and it's Black History Month. And John got riled up watching this documentary. Irish had grabbed, or not Irish, and John had grabbed a tire iron, and he was threatening Sandra. And he was like, I'm not gonna, even begin to say what he was saying. But I remember I had told Irish, like, hey, you need to call the cops. If he's like threatening your mother with a tire iron, he's that drunk, he's that fired up over something this, inconsequential, like a documentary. You need to call the cops, and they ended up leaving. And I believe that stream is on one of his old Twitch pages. We're doing SNV hard mode on like an off night, and we get to the puzzle boss, and all hell starts to break loose. And so he's like, I gotta go, I'll be right back. And we're just left sitting there for 15 minutes, and then he DCs because he's been AFK in the game so long. And I know what's going on because he typed to me in the private DM, and I'm like, just call the cops, dude. But they ended up fleeing the house, and the picture. There's a picture he recorded. He recorded John saying these things, and it's a profile shot of John standing there. It's very blurry because Irish was trying to hide the fact he was recording it, but you can see John with the tire iron like wagging it at Sandra, and she's like, John, stop, or something like that. And then they left the house, and yeah.
And they went to whose house to hide when this was going on? Was it the Sean kid or was it somebody else's?
No, it was so Sandra's mother lived not too far away, John's mother-in-law. And Sandra's mother had a home not too far away, and she was in like an elderly home. She had some type of condition, mental or Alzheimer's, dementia, something. She had to live somewhere, not her house by herself. So they would go to this house, her, Sandra's mother, John's mother-in-law, Irish's mother or grandmother on his mother's side, home that was unoccupied by anybody. And that's where they fled that night. And later on that night, Irish had come into Discord on his little cell phone and, told us all what happened. But yeah, that's way down the line. But yeah.
Okay, and how long do you think they probably were hiding out from John at the grandmother?
Not long, because she wasn't living there, so there was no utilities there. And if there was, they were going to be shut off within a certain amount of time. Nobody was paying the bills, to keep the house going because nobody lived there. They didn't even have water there. So, not long. They were dependent on John, for sure.
And so they then had to come back to the house where John was, and
I don't want to say it, but I believe it was the following day. because he was back playing SWTOR again. It can probably be, it's not worth looking at now, but it can probably be confirmed via his Twitch stream, because he was streaming everything we did every night he was on at that time. So if you look at the date on Twitch, if you can find the video where he just AFKs out of the S&V at the puzzle boss, if there's a stream from the next day, then yeah, it was probably the next day. That's how it went many a times.
John did a good job of keeping the two of them completely dependent on him, that's for sure, because incidents like this, to our knowledge, were not uncommon for John to just fly into a rage and threaten them, right?
No, not uncommon at all. No.
I mean, this one, it happened while he was in Discord with you, and so, like you said earlier, what happens that we don't know about?
Yeah. There's Irish was like very interested in recording John back then to show off how bad he was. And there's a video, it's just this very like short video of John getting home from work, and opening a letter the courts had sent him, like, you need to show up on the, and he's like reading off what the letter says in like a sarcastic manner. Well, fuck it, I ain't going. And he balls it up and throws it into the trash. There's a lot of like little video bits lost to time of John Kevin.
Well, I could imagine it's not like Irish would have had any shortage of stuff that he could record. I mean, just what we have of John, it's sad and terrible, but it's also something that's almost funny, that someone like this exists. It is kind of funny. But, I mean, it obviously very heavily weighed on Irish's psyche. We have some posters that Irish made here, and I'll pull them up one at a time, and they're very esoteric, I think is a very good way to put it. I think we would need an expert to kind of decipher what's going on here, and I think my first question is this.
So for context, these posters were made during the Stim Addicts era. Stim Addicts, the PvP guild. He was making them back then. So Stim Addicts era Irish made these posters. The Moose is an easy one. That is what John called the neighbor he's, not talking to, but talking to in the toolbox video where he throws the toolbox over his head. That's Renee. He called her the Moose. So that's why there's a moose there. Whatever you want to know next.
Well, I guess the next question would be the girl right here.
That is Arwen from the Covenant Guild. This girl Irish had the hots for, and was the GM and set the tone of the guild, no swearing, and the one John had called a dirty C word and booted Irish right out of the guild, and I don't know how Irish had access to a photo of her, but he definitely liked her. I can tell you that.
Okay. And, well, I guess in a similar vein, do you know who the other girl on this poster is?
Yeah, look down at the bottom. Wally's hot sister. There was a guy in Stim Addicts named Wally Jr. or something like that. I think he was like the GM or the former GM. I don't know. He was some SWTOR fucking player, and that was his sister. And apparently Irish thought she was fucking hot.
Okay. And then I'm assuming this gentleman here is another member of Stim Addicts?
No, he is a member of the Covenant. His name was Slinger. He was like... Irish had like a lot of hatred towards him. I don't know if there was anything going on between him and that girl Arwen that Irish liked. Irish thought there was. I don't know. But Irish did not like that guy. It's the poster is called Flynn's vs. Covenant rated R. Flynn's being Irish and John versus the Covenant, and it's apparently rated R. This isn't even the original poster. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but you can tell if you look at the bottom. Wally's hot sister, Banksy, Irish, Harple, Arwen, the main homie, John. But if you look at the word homie, something's been whited out, and homie is not aligned with the rest of the text. that is because Irish referred to John as the main N-word with an A at the end, not a hard R, John, at the time. And when he threw these posters in Discord, the Double Destruction Discord, I was like, whoa, actually, I don't think it was me. I'm not going to take credit, but somebody, I think it was me, but somebody was like, whoa, because there's just a N-I, at the bottom of all these, well, 3 of these posters, I think. And so Wilgard had taken the posters and edited them to hide that horrible word, so Irish could post them, but not throw an N word out there. But yeah, and so there's Irish's character, one of them up at the top right, and then below the guy with the hat, Slinger, that's Harple. He was some other player that was around at the time. That's a guy named Juseda. He was like this PvE player, but he also PvP'd. That we occasionally filled in for raids on his raid team. One of his many raid teams. That's my fucking shitty ass Vanguard right next to him. And then the keynote, the lynch key in all this is there's John kicking the toolbox. As I think I alluded to it earlier, but there's this lost 2-minute video of him beating the toolbox up, pretending it's Renee, the neighbor, the moose. And yeah, that's proof that video does exist, because Irish had taken the video, cut John out very poorly, and then put him in the middle of the Blade Runner poster for some reason. And the funniest thing about this, Irish has no context about the movie Blade Runner. I think I talked to him about it because it's one of my favorite movies, and I was trying to tell him about all these movies I like, and you can watch them on the internet and all this. That's the type of stuff you should be doing, not worrying about black people. and so if you think about it, Irish put the girl he had a crush on the main leading lady of the movie, Rachel. I can't remember the actress's name. And then he put the guy he hated on Harrison Ford's face, the hero of the movie.
Yeah, exactly. I adore Blade Runner. One of my favorite protagonists in a movie, and he put the man he hated as the main character.
Well, I think, and then me and Juseda are ominously hovering there, and so is Harple, and there's Irish up at the top right doing God knows what, and then the moose is up there with Arwen, because I guess the neighbor was aligned with the Covenant in Irish's mind. Who the hell knows? But yeah.
Okay. And this is one of a few. He would go on to post a few others, as we referenced, like this one.
Yeah. Saving Private Irish. The mission is a moose. Look at John.
It's one of my favorite pictures of him.
Once again, starring Kifu, the main, obviously edited homie, John, Reincarnate, Irish, and Banksy. Saving Private Ryan was one of Irish and John's favorite films. John would watch Saving Private Ryan and root for the Nazis, so Irish said.
Which, given the stuff we can confirm about John, sounds entirely believable.
But this was... So there's my character on the far right. Reincarnate was some guy in Sim Addicts. I don't know why he's even there. Because this guy just literally stood in one place on Fleet all day. Never moved. Hardly ever PvP'd. He just stood there. He never came into TeamSpeak. Never talked to him. I don't know. John, and then Kifu is on Tom Hanks. Well, Kifu's shoulders are apparently on Tom Hanks's face. And then that's the Kifu guy's character. And I don't know a lot about this psychology stuff, but I think this is a psyche thing going on at the time in his mind, because it's called Saving Private Irish, and he's got John up there, he's got Kifu and me. The Reincarnate guy is irrelevant. Unless he was talking to Irish through DMs or something, who knows, maybe, but I don't think so. He didn't talk to anybody. He was like a statue. He didn't have a great computer or something, that's why he couldn't play, but he liked to be on the game, I guess. And I think he made this because it was there was this very polarizing dichotomy in his head at the time of he had me and Kifu trying to like guide his hand and be like, you need to, get a job. Well, not a job, but we were always telling him back then, GED. You got to go get your GED. And then, a job and your driver's license. Because you got to get out of that house. You can't, live in that house. You cannot stay in that house with John. It's not going to end. You're going to end up just like him. And then he put John up there. And I think John was kind of, probably telling him the exact opposite. To, stay or son. But I don't really know. It's just a guess.
It's a pretty good guess. I mean, it's not like he probably. I would assume anyone would feel a bit lost in their life in the position he was in. I mean, why else would you make
this is one of the most like confounding ones in my. I don't, you ask and I'll answer as best I can. But.
Well, we've heard the answer for I think the ones right here. We've already kind of touched on why that's here too. The iPod. But a nice question is, we'll see cougars a lot in stuff that's associated with Irish, and for a long time we had no clue why, right?
No fucking idea. No idea. Anybody that knew Irish back then who would see this photo, or any photo with a cougar would be like, what the hell is the significance of the cougar? We never knew. Until a while later.
And much later, we'd come to find out that it was the mascot to his high school, right?
Garden City Cougars, yeah.
And it just, for some reason, he felt the need to just shove it into all of his memes, or a lot of the memes that
I don't think it was some reason. He harbored a lot of anger towards his father for making him late, making him drop out. He harbored a lot of anger towards his father for that. And that's the mascot of his high school, and it's appearing in these, rather esoteric, like, voyeuristic looks into Irish's mind at the time, spilled out onto a Microsoft Paint palette or whatever this was made on. So,
yeah, these very much feel like unfiltered access into like the storm that his mind had to have been in at the time. Which some of these I have I also have a question about this one in the top left corner.
Yeah, so that's that reincarnate guy who would just do that AFK on Fleet, and that's that Harple guy doing that emote that you're out of breath, but he had taken off all his clothing and did it in front of, so it looks like what 14-year-olds laugh at basically.
Okay, so it was just
But
Irish.
these are the people that are closest to Irish at the time, except reincarnate. I don't know why he appears in all these. I mean, he was the GM, so he's the one who let Irish in Stematics, so there is that. But there's Kifu, there's me, there's Juiceda. Like, Juice played with us in PvP almost every night, and Irish and me also filled in for that guy's raids. Not often, but enough. I think his guild name was like the Chosen Order, I believe. And so we'd fill in for some, but these are like, and Harple was always around back then, and Reincarnate was always there. It's just he never really did anything. He just stood on Fleet, but yeah.
Okay. So it's him putting on people he was close to or things that held significance to him.
Like cigarettes. Irish wanted to quit smoking cigarettes at the time, but he always said the temptation was too hard for him because John would come home with cigarettes. And it's a mind over matter thing. If you're sitting in your house with nothing to do and somebody comes in with cigarettes and you are trying to quit, odds are you're going to smoke. That's how it goes. If you've never, been addicted to anything, that's how it goes. Ice House Edge was John's not favorite beer, but the beer John drank. It's a very cheap brand. And the Edge is like the higher alcohol content variant of the beer. And so that's why that's there. Because he was alcoholic and Irish hated that. And then the weed thing, Irish always told me he hated the smell of marijuana. But John would always, blaze it up in the fucking house. So, and then John he's overlaid on this thing called Terror from Beyond. It's this raid boss in SWTOR, this like kind of like Lovecraftian type of entity thing they had going on in a raid, a final boss. And we had done a TFB hard mode with that guy at the bottom left, Juseda. And when we were doing the boss fight, Irish said John from Beyond. And then I started laughing, and everybody in the channel started kind of giggling at that one. And then he made this, I don't know exactly when, but the next day, a couple days later. But yeah.
Okay, so he was struck with inspiration, and some of his thoughts leaked out onto the Microsoft Paint, and we got this work of art.
Yeah.
Levi.
John from Beyond.
John from Beyond. And I believe I had one more, which a lot of the same things we've already seen, but I do have a question as to who this is in the top left.
That's a good question. That's the private detective. The story goes that Renee hired, the Moose. And for context, down at the bottom left, that's my gunslinger. His name was Removed Eights. My gunslinger I played at the time, so my character, of course, has to fucking be there in this horrendous work of art. But yeah, and then there's Kifu and that girl again, Arwen. But so the story of that picture goes pretty much like this guy was like looking in the window. Like Renee hired a private investigator because she was like suing John, as I talked about earlier. And he was like looking in the window of their home or something, and John snapped that photo of the guy with this iPod, this magical iPod that did all these things. I didn't even know iPods could do all that, but yeah. And he snapped the photo of him, and so that is who that guy is.
Okay, and PPO Wars, that's what was going on at the time.
Yeah, will you build a case against my next door neighbor with a PPO, personal protection order? Yeah, personal protection order wars. Daddy, because that's what John says in the video. Daddy, because supposedly that's what Renee did. John was like tormenting her. Renee, I think Renee's father was like a lawyer, I think. And Renee went to her father, or maybe she was the lawyer. I don't know exactly, but she went to her father and filed personal protection order against John, and then sued him for all this horrendousness. But yeah.
Okay, and it just strikes me, Irish seemed like he liked to order the people who are on which side in these battles on the sides of the screen. It's interesting that the private investigator is on the same side of the screen as John.
And me!
And you.
I'm down there too! Like, I'm looking at John as he throws the fucking toolbox, and this is Tron, I think?
Yeah, it's the Tron's Legacy sequel, yeah.
And Kifu's over there, aligned with the Moose and Arwen, who he hated because, he had a crush on her, and then it did, yeah.
Yeah, and it strikes me that it shows a lot of kind of the instability that was already starting to become present at this time with Irish, where even his own his own template, his own way of setting up these posters, he kind of was chaotic and didn't follow.
The only thing I remember about the only thing I can remember that he said about this photo that caught my attention was he was like, "There's John crashing through my world with the toolbox," and he was referring to John in the middle, mid lift of the toolbox. Jesus, mid lifting, and that's what he would always say. There's John crashing through my world with the toolbox. I don't know if that was supposed to mean something, or it's just the way he worded it. He was not the most eloquent person. He didn't have a lot of education. He barely could enunciate his words at times. But yeah, I don't know. That I remember him saying, because it always struck me as yeah.
Something that ended up sounding oddly prophetic as time went on, and we get into more of the stuff that we found out. Before I move on to the next question, it's something that just struck me. Having seen the movie, it's kind of appropriate. The character that John is on is the main villain of the movie.
Oh, okay. I've never seen the movie, so I don't know anything about that. I've never seen that movie. I don't know anything about Tron, really. But Uh, that that makes a lot more sense than Slinger being on Deckard's head in Blade Runner.
Yeah, it is. I doubt it was on purpose because you're there on that side as well. So I think Irish was just doing stuff, but it ends up being very oddly appropriate. And if I remember the movie correctly, it's doubly appropriate because the main villain is a program based off the main character's father. So
Oh,
it's
so maybe there is some significance into why this was not Blade Runner was a movie I told him about. I was like, you gotta watch it. It'll change your life or something, something stupid. But I never talked to him about this movie. And the order of the posters, if you go back to, I gotta see what. Go back one more, please. Okay, so the one we were just looking at was the first thing he ever made. PPO Wars was the first thing he ever made. The Blade Runner was second. Saving Private Irish was third, and then that was the last one he made.
this was his, at least at the time, his opus, his magnum opus.
Yeah. So, PPO Wars, Tron, Blade Runner, Saving Private Irish, and then just that. Whatever that is.
I mean, the inner thoughts of Irish, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Well, John, as we can already see, wasn't a very good father, but surely there were times they spent time together. I know you told me a story of a time that John took Irish out on a bike ride, right?
Yeah, I mean, all these John Kevin stories come with, like, they come with, like, the context of, something dumb happened or something bad happened. This one's probably the saddest one that I ever heard. So John, and it was a very brief story. It's not this, like, great detailed thing, but John wanted more beer one night. John was fucking drunk, and he wanted more beer one night. So he asked Irish if he wanted to go for a bike ride. In reality, he probably only asked Irish to come with him so he could help carry the beer on his bike. Like carry another 6-pack or something. So they get onto the bikes, and they're driving up the street to this place that they called the Party Store. The Party Store? The Party Store, yeah. And John called it the Indian Party Store because Indians owned it. Anyway, they're driving up to, and I had seen this Party Store. Irish took me on the little Google Earth deal, and they're driving up to the Party Store, and John was fucking drunk, and he crashed his bike into the back of somebody's car that was parked, not on the road, like a parked car. That's how drunk he was. He crashed into a parked car. Think about that.
Yeah, I've personally like been engrossed with something and walked into like a sign before. I've done that once or twice, but I've never been so inebriated that I crashed into the back of a non-moving vehicle.
He crashed into the back of a car, broke his like head first, broke his glasses, proceeded to blame Irish, and then beat him up. So it's probably the saddest Irish John story I ever heard.
Well, there is it's a horrible story. There is another one that we've talked about before that was an afternoon out for John and Irish, and it was the ladder incident. Is that correct?
Yeah, the ladder incident. It's something.
So I can introduce a little bit about this one. So there was a woman who lived in the general neighborhood that they lived in, and from our understanding, John had some level of attraction to her and had figured out her schedule, including her bathroom schedule.
I would just like to go out. I would just like to go out of the way and say this one's confirmed on the Michigan State records. Peeping Tom, something or other, invasion of privacy. What he said lines up. So yeah.
So this is when I say that there are stories that are insane enough to, in my mind, confirm the ones we can't prove, this is one of the prime examples. This woman, her bathroom, like her restroom upstairs, faced the front of the house, and for some ungodly reason, it was described to us as having like a bay window, right?
It faced the side of the house, but yeah.
And it had I've never seen a bathroom like it, but a bay window. And John figured out that she tended to use that restroom at around the same time every day. So one day, he approached Irish, and they got what they described as a painter's ladder, is what Irish said it was, right?
Yeah, he had called it the painter's ladder, and I had said, what the hell's a painter's ladder? And he was like, it's a ladder that extends multiple times. Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, my assumption is it's one of those long, straight ladders that, like, slides into itself to be more maneuverable, is my assumption.
I guess, yeah. I don't know.
But John asked Irish to help him carry that. Now, mind you, this all happened sometime around noon, right? During the early afternoon.
I don't know. I It was a time of day that you would have thought John was working. He wasn't, because he was on one of his many, like, he had gotten fired from the job he had at the time, or he just stopped working because there was a warrant out for him. So it was like mid fucking day. Like, any normal father would have been out providing for his family.
Yeah, exactly. And instead, broad daylight, middle of the damn day, he gets his son, and they carry this ladder. Now, they carry this to her house. Now, mind you, I said she's in the same general neighborhood. Irish.
In the middle of summer.
In the middle of summer. Irish claimed it was something like a 10-15 minute walk, right?
I think he said closer to 20, but yeah. It was a hell of a walk for walking with this gigantic ladder.
So when I say she was in the same neighborhood, I think it would have been more accurate to say in the same, like, the neighboring neighborhood, right?
Well, I mean, doubling down on that, like Garden City, the little street they live on, all the houses are built the exact same way. It's that, like, 50s or 60s, like, baby boomer era of house building where they would just build, like, all these houses the exact same way. Almost every house on his street looks exactly the same, or it's built to some code of, they're all pretty similar. I've went around Garden City on Google Earth, not anytime recently, but years ago, and I was looking for this house. Wherever this house was nowhere around where the fuck they lived, is what I'm trying to get at. Because I remember the way the house was described. It was a 3-story grand house. There are no 3-story grand houses within 5 blocks of their home. Believe me, I've looked.
And a good point that triples down on how far away it was. John had to have been watching this woman for a while to have figured out her schedule, which means he was going out of his way to stalk her before this happened.
And there's a charge for that.
And so it came to him and Irish carrying this ladder to her house. He set it up on the side of the house and he began climbing up. And from what we understand, this is roughly what the woman who lived there was greeted with as she, I believe, sat down to use the restroom, right?
Yeah. Yeah. They got to her house, put the painter's ladder up against the side of the house. They had to walk down her alley. Put the painter's ladder, and then John was like, hold this ladder. And he climbed up and looked in the window, and she was, I believe it was described to me as in the process of sitting down on the toilet.
To which she would obviously freak out, and John, you would say, climbed down the ladder, but mostly fell down the ladder, and they booked their retreat, right?
Well, it's up for debate. Who knows how exactly it went down, but The way it was described to me was John came down the ladder and ran. And then so Irish just followed him. Is basically what happened. Like, no concern for his son, he just ran. And they left the ladder, because that's why the ladder got left. Because no time, he gets down the ladder and starts running, and just leaves his son on the ladder there, and his son just followed him, because he didn't know what else to do, so.
And Irish wasn't like an adult at this point, right?
No, 2014, I think, if I'm remembering the stalking charge on his record. Well, there's a couple of them, actually, but I'm pretty sure there's a couple of them. But yeah, 2014.
And Irish is somewhere around my age, right?
I think you guys were I think you guys were almost the exact same age. I think. What year were you born?
98.
Yeah. I think he was, at most, he was like a year younger than you, or older than you, but yeah.
Okay, so he would have been somewhere in the range of 15 to 17 at the time, so it makes the story even worse when you think about it in that regard.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then they ended up running. They ran back to their home, which we've shown in the picture. And by the time they got home, the cops are already not there, but in the surrounding area, and it didn't take too long for them to show up and take John away, because all these people saw them walking with the ladder. So there was just, God knows how many. It was in the middle of summer. People take time off, kids are off, kids are outside playing, so their parents are therefore outside watching them, monitoring them. The cops had this just like laundry list of people that, yeah, he was walking with the ladder, and so was he. And nobody in their immediate neighborhood liked John. John had gotten into fights with like everybody in that neighborhood. So
That makes sense. Well, that gives us a perfect segue, because he would get arrested for this, and we actually do have two of his mugshots, right?
yeah, I don't know which one is for which. I don't know. I never had a lot of luck with finding Kevin's mugshot, but yeah.
And on the record of his criminal history, there was an incident with an actual judge in the area, and it had there's pardon me, I'm sorry, and that would be Sylvia James. And
yeah, he probably had many foes over the years, but this was the first big foe of Kevin's that I knew about. But all the Sylvia James stuff happened long before I met Irish, but yeah.
And if I can ask, what was the story behind Sylvia? Why did John hate her specifically more than most of the other judges he had experienced?
So whatever was his third DUI incident, whatever that was. I believe the first one was the taking out of the mailboxes, which then kind of led them to that fateful place of Garden City. Whatever was the third incident is where he lost his license. And the judge who arraigned him took his license away, and then he went to jail for a short time, was her, Sylvia James. And he hated her because of that. And so, at some indeterminate point in time, after he had gotten out of jail with no license, he called her and threatened to kill her. He called her place of work and the courthouse, I believe. Her home and the courthouse she worked at. And threatened to like kill her and drop in N-bombs and all that type of stuff. And that was his first charge of ethnic intimidation. It would not be his last.
No, it wouldn't. He Jesus. He went after her for a decent while. Like you said, this woman was for a long time his like chief nemesis.
She was his. Yeah, I mean, something tells me there was another one before her, and another one before that, and another one before that. But she was the first that I knew about, and in the Codex of Kevin, the Compendium of Kevin, the first that you would put in that compendium, she would be the first. Yeah.
Well, on that subject, there is another one, we referenced it, but a woman he threatened even worse. This is Erica Geiss, and I believe she was a state senator for Michigan, right?
Yeah, she was the state senator at the time. I don't know if she still is, but state senator in Michigan. Yeah.
And much like Miss James, uh, Miss Geiss was getting a lot of calls from John to, well, like you said, threaten a senator.
Yeah, I don't know what provoked it. I don't know what provoked it, but um, maybe we can open this article. I mean, obviously, it has to do with her skin color when it comes to John. That's number one. But
So this is an actual article from the time. This is another one of those stories that we absolutely corroborate.
it appeared it was. I mean, to sit here and say it was big news would be a lie, but it was on Yahoo News, so that's something. I mean, think about that.
Mm-hmm. And police have charged John Maley, 59, this was in 2020, of Garden City with ethnic intimidation felonies after he allegedly left threatening emails for State Senator Erica Geiss D. Taylor, according to the Lansing State Journal. There's a lot of stuff that he would send her, like, well, some looking at this, very, very foul, horrible things sent to her. And he actually was wanted for this. Like, he was.
Yeah, I mean, I remember looking at a Facebook group that was like talking about one of these news articles. It was like a Michigan Facebook group, and the best comment on in the group was, "I thought Sylvia was Catholic," which I guess she is. So why he's yelling about Muslims and Jewish and Christian people dying is beyond me. I don't know. This came out of the fucking blue to us in Double Destruction. This was like a Irish was like, "Here, look at this," and he, showed us the news article from some local news station in there, Michigan.
Well, this one, it's always confused me even more so because he was a neo-Nazi. He really believed in that. Yet, for each Jewish person, it's always confused me that he mentioned them in this context when you'd think, given the horrible beliefs he had, he'd be all for it.
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I know this one scared him the most, for sure, which plays into things like a little later. But this scared him the most, for sure. Definitely. I mean, threatening Sylvia James scared the fuck out of him. Because when he did that, that was that era where he would ride to work in the trunk of his own car.
Yes, he would, in an attempt not to get caught.
So he'd ride to work in the trunk of his own car, and Sandra would drive him to work. And Irish would sit in the passenger seat every morning. They'd be driving to work, and John would be talking to them from the trunk.
It sounds like something out of like the Three Stooges, but this is actually the kind of stuff he was doing.
Yeah, and then so they'd get to work. Irish would have to get out of the car, let John out the trunk, because they had an old car before the little safety buttons in the trunk, in case somebody kidnaps you or something, I guess. And let him out of the trunk. John, get out of the trunk, and go into work. And then they'd come pick him up. He'd get into the trunk, close the door, get back in the car. That was his life. Yeah.
And interestingly, this also does confirm that this article confirms also that the Sylvia James stuff happened because it says here, already convicted of 2 counts of ethnic intimidation.
2004.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, that's way before my time of knowing him, and Irish is only what, like 7 or 8 or 9 or something like that. But he kept working during the Sylvia James incident. During the Geist one, he quit. He quit his job because of he had. You do something like that, the feds are looking at you. The federal officials are looking at you. Government agents are looking at you. Not the Garden City PD, who may or may not turn a blind eye because they don't want to deal with you.
Well, I mean, right around the same time, I don't remember the name, but there was a big incident of a bunch of dudes actually getting legitimately, like, arrested, FBI investigation, everything, because they were planning to kidnap a Democrat state senator somewhere, and it was right around the same time, so that probably tripled down on how much heat he felt was on him.
Yeah, I mean that was. If we're getting into Erica, guys, like I know he was so scared by the response that he was preparing to make, and he had done this many times. Like there was an old a joke in Double Destruction, like because Irish would tell us like John's preparing for his final stand, and we would be like, wow, again, what number is this? But John was preparing for his final stand, and supposedly he had bought a gun. I don't know how true that is, though. Perhaps like a non-functional gun, or perhaps it was a gun with no ammunition, would be my guess. Um, and he was prepping the house. Yeah, maybe you could talk about.
He was prepping the house with, like, Looney Tunes traps, if I'm remembering correctly. Like,
Something along those lines, yeah. Stuff that would not have stopped the police if they raided his house. It would have just got him in more trouble, like, basically.
there's two specific ones that have stuck out in my mind, and that was, they said he got, like, fishing nets, and he filled them up with, like, cans and shit, and he would put them under the windows in the hope that if the SWAT team came in through the window, they'd trigger the cans and warn him, but also get tangled up in them. And the other, and the other one, I will never forget it, is he went down into their basement, and the basement will come up later, but it was kind of more of a man cave party room. And
It was a yeah.
and he went to the part of the basement that lined up with like the doormat just inside the front door, and he began trying to saw a hole in that so that, like, if somebody came in through the front door, they'd go through the hole like a pitfall trap.
Would have fallen through and hit the pool table. Is how it was described to us. Yeah.
Which wouldn't have done much other than, like you said, really piss off whichever SWAT guy.
It would have landed you assault on an officer. It would have landed you another felony charge.
And it probably would have landed you assault by an officer as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, there was other ones, I can't remember them, but and during this time, pretty much, John was preparing for his final stand. So during the day, he would sit there at the stove smoking cigarettes, and then sit with his coffee and look out the window. The picture of their house, you see that window they have at the front of the house. There's like that, like, 3 segmented window. He would look out there, looking for the SWAT team, basically, and drink coffee and smoke cigarettes. And then at night, he would hunker down. Yep, there you go. And at night, he would hunker down in the basement, and prepare for the final assault, as he called it. And then Irish reiterated that to us. But John had been raided by the SWAT team once already, so he, it was nothing new to him. The Sylvia James threats of violence and death and ethnic intimidation ended with him being raided by the SWAT team, if memory serves. They came one night, knocked on the door. Irish was always up all night for reasons maybe we can get into. And Irish opened the door, and there was the police, and they were like, "Hey, is your dad here. And Irish said, yeah, he's in his room sleeping, go get him. And they arrested him and took him to jail. And he was locked away for like 8 or 9 months. And then, that's when he got out of jail, and he called Sandra to come pick him up, and she said no, and so he had to walk from downtown Michigan, like Detroit, all the way to Garden City in the clothing they had taken him away in, which was boxers and a robe, I guess they'd allowed him to put on, and bed slippers. But yeah.
And I believe we looked that walk up, and it was something stupid like a 10-hour walk, wasn't it?
Hang on. But, yeah.
And because of that, there's undoubtedly backed up in somebody's camera roll out there somewhere in Michigan.
5-hour, 53-minute walk.
And in that, and mind you, this will come up again later, and anyone listening will be shocked at the context that it comes up with. But you can see he is not a man in good shape. So that 5-hour walk is probably more like a 9-hour walk.
Oh, for sure. Probably stopped at Denny's or something along the way to fucking catch his breath and get some food.
So there undoubtedly exists out there somewhere a photo of him walking home. We just have no access to it. It just always comes back to this kind of stuff with him, though. He would do a bunch of dumb, either just horrible or illegal shit, and he would slowly escalate until it meant real consequences, and then he'd get sent to prison, released, and the cycle would repeat. But, Irish, while this was going on, he actually started to have some positive changes in his life. For a while, he had a job, right?
During the Geis thing?
Yeah, during this time period.
Not during Sylvia James. During the Geis, yeah. I don't think it's actually during the Erica Geis thing, though. It's like a little bit before that. He called. He had the job and stuff, because John was working. And all that type of stuff still, while he was at Antonio's.
And Antonio's was like an Italian restaurant, right?
Yeah. It was Italian pizza joint, Italian food. Yeah, it was some like pretty popular restaurant. No, I don't think it's in Garden City. I don't think it's in Garden City, but hang on. Maybe you could talk a little bit while I look something up.
Oh yeah. To my knowledge, he was doing stuff like dishwashing or gopher work for the restaurant, right?
Yeah, he was a busboy and a dishwasher.
Yeah, and from what I understand of the story, he actually enjoyed what he was doing. It seemed like it was a pretty good outlet for him. But things at that job kind of started to turn because there was a girl.
There's the website.
Oh, perfect. Let me grab that.
They have a couple locations. I'm trying to see here.
We got one.
It's that one right there. It's the second one down. Dearborn Heights, Michigan.
Okay.
That's the one he worked at. Yeah.
So we have this one here, and I think we've looked this up before, I want to say, and it's not very far from too far from his house, right?
No. I mean, his mom would drive him to work. Yeah.
And for a while, to your understanding, he enjoyed what he was doing, right?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't think. Yeah, I mean, the first time I remember talking to him about his job was pretty much because he had disappeared, and then he came back. For a month or so he was gone, 2 months, and then he came back, and he was like, "Hey, I got a job," and I was like, I told him I was very proud of him and stuff like that. It was Double Destruction had formed. He came back like maybe 2 or 3 months into Double Destruction, and it was one of these various times he came and went. But he comes back, and he's like, well, I don't really, I'm just a dishwasher, so I remember giving him a pep talk, and um, I don't know if he liked it. I think, but I do think after it wasn't just me. We all were telling him like, this is just the beginning. That's the way you need to look at it, because that's the truth. It might not be the best job in the world, but it's a start, and that's more than most people can say they try. So yeah, um, I don't know if he liked it, but uh, yeah.
Even if he didn't, the job did not last very long because of a situation with a girl there named Rachel. And do you, Jesus, what do you know about how that happened?
So Rachel is an interesting story. She was the manager there, or one of the managers there. I don't know exactly, but she was a manager. That's how he described her, and he liked her. And she had actually given him a ride home one night, and he got home and he was like very upbeat, and he was like, Rachel gave me a ride home, and we were all kind of like, oh, that's cool, you know. And I think her doing that definitely, it's not her fault. She was just trying to be nice, and is my guess. But her doing that, I think, gave Irish the wrong impression about things.
He took that as a sign that she might feel the same way about him as he had begun to feel about her.
Yeah, I mean, uh, the thing is, like, I remember the thing is, it was like she was driving a couple people home, not just Irish. Like, that's kind of the sad part. But yeah, he had, I guess, because but she's also driving all these other employees to their home, because it's like on the way. And she's probably just a good manager. That's how, retain your good employees type of thing. Be nice to your new employee, being Irish. But yeah, he took it the wrong way, and I remember it was like me, Hun, Zypher, Purple, maybe Ray. I don't think Ray had come around yet. Maybe he had. I don't know. We tried to tell him like, hey, this. You're making a mountain out of a molehill here, but yeah.
So eventually he chose to kind of act on those feelings. He told her how he felt at one point, right?
He proposed to her. Yeah.
And that went over about as good as anyone could imagine.
With Sandra's old wedding ring, if memory serves.
And she obviously turned him down because, well,
Yeah.
she didn't have any feelings for him. And in Irish's wisdom, he chose to go to somebody else to ask for help. And it wasn't the people who would have made sense, like you or anyone in the guild. He went to his father. And how did that turn out?
Very poorly. So we in Double Destruction, the way we kind of heard about all of it happening was we heard all of it after the fact. He never came to us and talked to us about like the failed proposal till after it all went down the shitter. So he went to John and he was like, "Hey, I proposed to her. I proposed to her. Blah blah blah. It didn't work out or something." And John said, "Well, you have to put women in your place. Threaten her with a knife." So he did. So he did.
And he very rapidly lost his job. But
It was a big kerfuffle. It was like, the way I remember him describing it is the bus boy or the other dishwasher guy had come in with the dish holder bucket thing, and there was a knife in it on the top. And Irish grabbed the knife and then started threatening her with it. An altercation ensued with the male employees, basically, doing whatever they did to Irish to get the knife away from him and get him away from her. And then the female employees that were back in the kitchen got her out of the situation. And somebody, I believe the owner, called the cops. And that was the end of Irish's very short career. at Antonio's.
And with that, his father had ruined something that could have been a very positive thing in his life. Other than the job and the guild, can you think of anything else in his life during that kind of wide range between like stim addicts and double destruction that would have been considered like a positive influence in his life?
Religion, for sure. Irish was like very religious, like Catholic. I remember one of his characters' names was Penance. Uh, um, he had another character name that was some type of like Christian Catholicism thing. He was very religious, as you saw John in that video going, fucking God, who the fuck's he? John hated religion and the concept of God, I guess. And so John, I know John would like actively try to subvert his efforts to get to church on Sunday mornings. His mother and him would go, and John would do things, and John had no license, mind you. But John would do things like the car would just vanish, that morning, because he'd get in the car and go take, so they couldn't go. So yeah, or John would be like, Sandra, I need to do something, take me here. And there was some like little group within his little religion that he wanted to join, some type of like not a brotherhood, I don't know what it was, but it was some type of like Red Cross type of group. They went out and did like Red Cross-esque things. He wanted to join them, and I know he missed his little meeting to join, where you do go through the interview, and he missed that. And
Another example of John seemingly going out of his way to destroy anything that his son found joy in his life.
yeah, definitely.
Before we get into some kind of other stuff about their history and stories we know, I have a question on, do you have any instance in your mind, like a story or an incident that really just encapsulates and describes how John treated Irish?
Probably the one I always think about is the birthday party one. That's the one that stuck with me. I can remember basically in like very good deed, like how he treated him. Well, he treated him like he was a piece of trash, basically. And his opinions or feelings didn't really matter. It was what John wanted that mattered. That's what trumped everything. It's a very brief story, but Irish was 6th or 7th grade, I think, middle schooler, and Irish's birthday was coming up type of deal, and Irish, had brought 2 friends over. I think one of them was African American, the other was white, or maybe they both were Afro American, I'm not sure. And Sandra had got a cake for it, and John was like, what's this cake doing here type of thing, and she explained he's coming over with some friends, and I guess John was like kind of okay with that up until he showed up with the Afro-American friend or friends, and John, said some terrible things to them, made them go home, took the cake, he cut, so this is the way Irish described it, he cut a piece of the cake, put it on a plate, put it in the fridge, and then smashed the rest of the cake, and made Irish watch and then clean it up, and then John ate that piece of cake the next day.
He treated his son like a punching bag, really, something that he could beat on to get his own frustrations or anger out. At least that's my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, on a somewhat lighter story about him, to kind of keep going on this, there's something we've seen throughout a lot of the memes and pictures that we've shown here is a cucumber. And could you tell us a little bit as to why that specific squash is so significant?
Yeah, it's a pretty disturbing story. Um, I guess you need some of the context. So, I don't know. I don't know how people get into this type of stuff, but it is what it is. Anyway, John had been to jail many times. And John, it was well, not confirmed to be 100% true, but this is what Irish would tell us. John was into weird stuff like midget anal porn and blah 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 blah. That type of like side of the internet. And John, he liked it up the butt. That's what Irish always said. Allegedly. So Irish had found a cucumber. John and Irish shared a room for reasons we probably have to get into now after this. But John and Irish shared a bedroom. And Irish woke up one day and found a cucumber under the bed. And it had some things on one of the ends of the cucumber, and that's as far as I'll go in my use of description. Some discoloration. And he showed his mother. And when John got home, he denied, sodomizing himself with a cucumber, essentially. And John cooked dinner that night and used that cucumber on the side salads he made for everybody.
Again, I don't think if people were listening from the start, or listening to this now, I don't think they really had an understanding of what was meant at the beginning when I said how horrible and disgusting of a man he was. It doesn't. It's hard to put into words, I think.
Yeah. So.
And since we mentioned it, and it is a good time to get into it, why were they sharing a room together?
Well, because, like, Sandra and John were, basically divorced, I think. Not officially. No official paperwork, but Sandra would not sleep with John. She would not share a room with John, and their house only had 2 bedrooms. So at some point, when Irish was younger, like way before my time, well, maybe not way before, but before my time knowing him, meeting him, Sandra, basically kicked John out of the bedroom, more or less. So John had nowhere to sleep. Well, John decided, I'm going to take my son's room. And Irish was offered Sandra's room, but, he didn't want his mother to sleep on the couch. So Irish then, basically had to share a room with John. They slept together, they slept together. They shared a bed, is what I'm trying to say. Not every night, because Irish didn't like sleeping with him, obviously, who would. So oftentimes Irish would just sleep on the floor of his computer room. But yeah.
Which this
And that's another reason why Irish was always up. Irish was like I am a night owl by nature. I prefer the night. I always have. Irish was like more of a night owl than me, but not by nature. Not by nature. Because of what was going on in his home. Irish didn't want to sleep with his fucking dad every night. So, Irish would just stay up all night till John went to work. And then, once John was out of the house and, at work, he would go to bed and sleep all day till like 5 p.m., wake up, and that was his day. That was his life. Yeah.
More of a forced schedule than something he probably would have chosen if he had the choice.
I would say so, yeah.
So, getting into his computer, he had, like you said, dropped off for a while, and you two met back up. How did you two end up meeting back up? In, I believe it was Birds of Prey, right?
Yeah. Well, Stim Addicts went under because there was some like third-party drama going on, and then he reappeared round about the time I was like maybe like finding my footing in Birds of Prey, so to speak. Like, we were doing like raids and stuff like that, and I was getting to know them. It was like I kind of liked it enough to log in most nights of the week into the Discord voice instead of just like sit on a character in the dead guild that was Bloodline that they didn't know I was on. So yeah, it was like, and he always came back through this Discord we had, that one I referenced earlier, where it was me, Kifu, Irish, and then he invited that Sean Gammons neighbor of his into the Discord later on during Birds of Prey at some point. But yeah, yeah. So he had dinged me on Discord and said, "Hey, I'm back," type of thing. I was like, "Oh, okay, well, I'm playing with this Birds of Prey group, and there's this nice guy named Tessin, and maybe you could come help out because they need more good players because they're none of them, most of them are pretty bad." So he was like, okay, and he got back into the game, and we got him a guild invite, and
And then stuff would end up happening, and you guys would end up being in Double Destruction together, right?
yeah, it was about. I think I was in Birds of Prey for about a year. It was like 2 years, I think, at the most. But really, I think when you round it out, I think it was like 1 year, 8 months, something like that. Because I came and went. 3 different times, counting the final time when we all left to start Double Destruction. But I know I left sometime during like the holiday season, the first go around. Then I came back like a couple months later, played for a while, left again, came back, played for a while, and then we left for Double Destruction.
And Irish went with you?
No, he was gone. He was there, relatively speaking, consistently in Birds of Prey. I mean, he was even there when I left the first go around, because the way they ran hard modes and stuff was just like, no, I'm not gonna waste my time doing this. He was still there though. He would, help out with raids and stuff like that. And I only know this because we had that Discord where we talked together. But by the time of Tessin's, coup to leave Birds of Prey, he was gone. He was gone. He didn't come to Double Destruction until a couple months in. He had left. He had left. I think it was some type of like internet shut off thing because John couldn't keep up with the bills. Something like that. But yeah.
Okay. So he came in a little while, a few months, like you said, into the lifespan of DD.
Very shortly in, yeah, very, very shortly. Everybody always kind of thought of him as a founding member, even though he wasn't of the original 8 people that... I mean, nobody founded that guild. We took a guild that I was GM of on my alt that Kifu made all these years ago. But yeah.
Okay. And what was he like during that first little portion of Double Destruction? Was there any difference between how he was then and, say, in Stim Addicts or Birds of Prey?
Up until the Antonio's incident. Remember, Antonio's is like a couple months, maybe like 6 months before the Melee Civil War. So up until the Antonio's incident, he was just Irish, integrating with a new group of people and introducing all these people. Because remember, I'm the only one that knows about John and Irish's fucked up life. So he's basically just, the first couple months is him just basically, introducing everybody to the concept of John Kevin. And he was, mostly normal. He was like he was, still staunchly religious. And he would, there were some like off the wall things sometimes. He liked to have he liked to have some weird discussions that we had to quell at the beginning because, like, I guess whatever religion he followed, I don't know, whatever Catholic, masturbation is bad. So he would be like, I masturbated today. I feel, like I'm going to hell, and it's like, come on, man, you can't. If it's just us, okay, fine, but you can't say that in front of Aelin. Like,
yeah, obvious that, probably due to his father, he had very stunted social skills, of course.
oh, one of the worst. I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, what? Maybe the worst. Yeah.
But still a good kid, right? You could tell he was a genuinely, at least at the time, nice guy who,
Misguided, yeah, for sure.
yeah. So we mentioned that you were there when the tire iron incident happened, but was that the first one that you actually firsthand either witnessed or were there at the time of between him and John, or was there anything you saw before that?
Oh no, there was a couple incidents before that. There was the baseball card incident. That's the one that I always remember.
And what happened with the baseball card incident?
So, John, John's brother, John was like desperate for money. This happened during Double Destruction. John was desperate for money for some reason or another, and John had called his brother, and we could hear all this over his open mic. John had called his brother demanding their baseball cards so he could sell them, and I couldn't hear what his brother was saying, but obviously his brother was either saying I don't have those or no, you're not getting them. And John was like yelling and screaming and freaking the fuck out on the phone, screaming at, motherfucker and all this stuff. And it ended up, I don't know if it ended in violence, but it ended like with like crashing. You could hear stuff being thrown and stuff like that, and Irish disconnecting from voice. So.
Because his father was throwing a fit over baseball cards that, most likely, given they were owned by John Maley at one point, he probably wasn't going to get shit for anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they were like their childhood cards or something like that, and he wanted to hawk them for money, probably for drugs. But yeah.
Yeah. Any other ones that you can think of during that kind of little span that you were party to seeing?
Trying to think here. The baseball card one's the one. I mean, beyond John coming into voice and talking to us, like the Goldwater, but that was all like towards the end. Beyond that, not really. No, there wasn't too much that I can remember off the top of my head right now. Yeah, not that I can remember off the top of my head. Yeah, I feel like I would remember them, but my brain's kind of fractured.
I mean, it makes sense. It was a while ago, and a lot has happened since then. But I know the Goldwater incident, I was there for at least the start of. That was when he came in and started talking all kinds of racist nonsense, but it wasn't, it wasn't hyper common, but it wasn't an uncommon experience for John to just show up while you were hanging out with Irish, right?
Oh no, not uncommon at all. Because Irish would, his headset would break, or his little earbuds would go missing, or maybe who knows, or they broke or something, and so he would play his computer's noise through his speakers, and then John would hear us talking and come in. And sometimes you got demon Kevin, other times you got like kind of normal but still ultra mega racist Kevin. So it was like a crapshoot of what you were gonna get. I mean, yeah, it was so bad. I mean, John's presence was bad enough that, and I wasn't there for this. I was on a sabbatical, so to speak, from playing. But there was a guy named Irish Dad that joined our Discord at some point, and it was Zypher's friend. But when this Irish Dad's person joined, nobody knew. Once again, somebody being an idiot, not running it by anybody, just inviting random people to the server. Zypher invites his friend, whose Discord name is coincidentally Irish Dad. Everybody thought it was Kevin, John Kevin, joining on his own account, and people were apparently like freaking out. I wasn't there, but from what I heard, it was like there was like a moment of like panic. Basically.
Well, yeah, I would assume so, because you see that name and your first thought is, that man? It'd be like hearing like Sephiroth's theme start playing as you see that name enter. I I know I was there for 2 times that he came in, and I had to walk away from my computer because he would say some of the most heinous shit imaginable. He
Yeah, no, he had no filter for sure.
he he hated Lincoln, he hated Martin Luther King. He thought Goldwater was president at some point instead of losing the election to, I want to say, Kennedy.
Yeah, it was Kennedy.
One standout that we always talk about, I don't know if the meme is in the PowerPoint, but I know it exists, is he accused us of malicious use of a telecommunications system and said we were the reason that the, quote, pigs were after him.
Yeah, he had. And I had told Irish many a times, like, you need to get a headset or just your earbuds or something. Like, we're getting tired of him coming here and telling us his, racist nonsense and all this type of shit. And Mug, who I referenced way earlier, Mug was part of our guild, so we had an African American guy in the guild. He wasn't around all the time, but he popped in late at night, which coincidentally was when John usually popped in. So I had told Irish many times, like, you need to, and it just he didn't listen, so whatever. But the one you're referencing, uh, they had a channel in that Discord. Just all the memes they ever made of him, I think, were in one channel. Is that correct, or didn't they have some channel dedicated to the Erica Geis memes or something like that?
Yeah, they had a channel that
Okay.
was heavily dedicated to, like, memes about him.
And yeah, and so he comes in, and what does fucking Irish do? Just like the character Irish made of him. What does Irish do? Shows his dad. And there's a voice clip of it. Somebody had it. Somebody recorded the Discord from their desktop, and you can hear John in the background because he's like standing behind Irish's chair looking at the screen, and he says, "And God said unto Moses, John Kevin Maley cannot fix the toilet." And then John said, "No wonder the pigs are after me." Uh, Blaming the memes people were making as the reason to having a warrant out on him, not the fact he called and threatened to kill Erica Geis and her whole family. And then that started an argument, mostly because of me, because I heard that and I got annoyed, because it's like you're blaming the memes and you're deflecting when you're the one who, and I said, well, you would be the expert on, I don't know how it went down, but he said something, I said something, and then he's like, this is malicious use of a communication device, and I was like, well, wouldn't you be the fucking expert? And he got really mad, and I think that it ended with Irish getting moved. Not kicked, but I think they moved him to another channel, because it was just, he's sitting there threatening to kill us all and calling us N-word lovers, and, just stuff that nobody wants to hear.
This part I wasn't there for because, like I said, I had to stand up and walk away. I couldn't, like, physically, like, was made ill by what he was saying. I had never met nor heard of anyone as virulently racist as John.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, he's probably the most racist guy I met. Probably. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, for sure. Nobody in my family has ever really been too racist. But I definitely had a problem with a former employee. But yeah, well, contracted employee, caterer. But yeah.
The only ones I can think of that were that racist are characters from movies or, like, historical figures. It's how bad he was. If John was more charismatic and able to keep his nose slightly clean, he probably would have been actually been within the neo-Nazi groups or the KKK. He'd be in one of those groups and probably try to rise through the ranks quick.
Maybe. Yeah.
But during the time he was in DD, Irish kind of came to a. This one kind of covers two stories, but Irish came to believe that a certain appliance in his house was possessed, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He came to believe their stove was possessed, and could you explain why he would come to such a thought?
Well, when I asked him why he thought the stove was possessed by the devil, he told me it's because he thought it was possessed because this is where John stands all day, and John is evil, and John does evil things, and he has evil connotation to him, like being racist and hating people and wanting to kill people. And I think it and John is an alcoholic, and so he's being possessed to do these things. I think it was this weird like cover job in Irish's mind to try and explain why his dad was a scumbag, when the answer is he's this way because he's just a scumbag. There's no supernatural explanation. He's just a scumbag dude. And also Irish's mental state was obviously starting to crack at that time. But yeah, that that yeah.
Yeah, when you have to live when you have to live with someone like John and you have to deal with all of his issues, for a mind that's beginning to fracture like Irish, he was just probably desperate for some explanation, and this is the best he could come up with. And we made memes about it, of course, but it really is a very sad thing to think about.
Definitely. Yeah, incredibly.
Now, in some of these memes, there is a character in the game SWOTOR, Star Wars The Old Republic. There's a story that goes along with that character, the one Irish made, right? We kind of referenced it already.
Yeah, he had made a John Maley character. It was during the Stim Addicts era. Or no, I'm sorry, Birds of Prey era. It was during the Birds of Prey era. I was just standing there on Fleet one afternoon, like 5 p.m. or some mine and Irish's time, maybe 6. We were like, nothing was going on in the guild yet, but we were prepping for something big later that night. So I was on, like getting ready to parse or something pointless, and I got a whisper from John Maley in game, and I was like, oh my god, I need an invite to the guild. It's Irish. I'm like, oh god. So I invite him to the guild. Then I get a group invite, and he invited me to a group so he could find me on Fleet. And if you go back to the actual character, not this old version of John, yeah, that one, that's exactly how the character looked. And he came up to me and he was like, I need credits to buy John clothing, and so I gave him like 10 million credits, and he bought like an outfit that is supposed to resemble John in the Toolbox video, and he was loving it. He was laughing, having a great time, and I was like, Irish, I don't think this is a good idea, and one thing led to another, and then I told him, okay, but just don't let your dad see this. Don't let him see it, because John had that propensity to hear. If he didn't have a headset or a little earbud at the time, if he heard, he'd come and see it. So I was like, don't let your dad see it. And then John gets home. I don't know how much time later. It wasn't that long. But guess what he does? You hear Kevin, what do you want to show me? Coming in the room and here's a character I made. This is you, Dad. And John said, I guess I do need to change, and walked out of the room. And yeah.
Yeah, which, to be fair, what he said is probably right. It is right, he did need to change, but I don't think John meant it in the way that it should have been said.
No, definitely not.
And so again, he came to believe that the oven was possessed. And in a similar vein, there's a story about John and the toilet. And what happened with this to cause the creation of this?
Well, during the stove possession arc, if you will, their toilet was broke in the house, and apparently they were going to do their business over at Sean Gammon's house, the neighbor. Um, and John couldn't fix the little plunger. Like if you open your toilet up the top, there's this like usually I'm no plumber, but there's like this little chain, and then there's like a plunger at the bottom that covers this hole to drain the toilet or something. I really don't know. I don't know exactly what it does, but it's a simple fix. You take the chain and the plunger, connect it to the little lever, and you're done. John couldn't fix it. He had been trying and failing to fix it for months. And apparently, this was causing a lot of tension in the house at the time, too. With Sandra, there was like some type of argument going on, like just hire a plumber. John didn't want to spend money on a plumber. So, yeah. And then the little holy water with the Pope on it is you have to remember Irish thought he was being possessed by Satan through the stove. So one night, and Irish was going to church and stuff. Irish got holy water at church, like a little to-go bottle of it, and well, multiple, and he splashed Kevin like it apparently in the face with a bunch of it, and John purportedly vomited being splashed with it into the sink.
Which I believe happened. And if it did happen, it's oddly appropriate that he would vomit from that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it didn't do Irish any favors because he just like saw that as a confirmation of John being possessed by a third-party entity like Satan or something. But I remember having a discussion with him, trying to tell him like, look, he's drunk at the stove, and you hit him with water and then he vomits. He's drunk, he's probably vomited thousands of times in your life, and no, he's possessed. Satan's possessing him. That's why the toilet can't be fixed. So.
Because at this point he was starting his real downturn, and when people kind of get like that, they will find any reason to continue their own delusion, and we will get into it, but it would get a lot worse with that as time went on.
Yes.
And getting into these, I think we've gotten into it a lot, but a lot of the stuff with John is he was legitimately like evil in a lot of his beliefs. Like, we can't say a lot of what he thought and believed for fear of getting banned on Twitch or YouTube.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I don't need to say much about the one that just came up. That was...
Yeah, he wanted to go to some type of like Black Lives Matter protest and shoot up the protesters. That's why it says John Kevin should not attack the protesters. And John had, once again heard us talking through dipshit's fucking speakers, came in, and he was asking for one of us to be the belt man for his M60 and one of us to be the trigger man, and John would drive the van, or he needed a van drive, something dumb.
Yeah, he was just trying to find... He was never gonna do it, actually, but he wanted to do stuff like that. And a little context with these, he was a meme in the group. We would make memes about him, joke about him, because it's about all that waste of space was good for, was us making fun of him, is my opinion on him. And like these cards, they were banned Magic the Gathering cards, because they some of them had racist connotations to it. This is my favorite from this little selection, because the one he's holding with that grin is called Invoke Prejudice. And it just perfectly encapsulates him. But after this, Irish kind of went missing for a while after this era of John, right?
Which era exactly? The possession era?
Yeah, a little bit after the possession
For a
era.
short time, yeah. For a short time, and he came back, and Antonio's had all went down, and we started playing Halo Reach. Um, it had released on PC in the Master Chief Collection, the first of the 4 games, and we started, or 5 games, whatever, and we started playing Reach because he wanted to beat Reach on Legendary, and so I offered to help him, and yeah, it's all on that Twitch stream, but yeah.
Yeah, you guys would play together, and there was during this time, we've mentioned it, a decided downturn in his mental health. And can you think of any moment where it really dawned on you personally that he was starting to kind of fall apart?
Yeah, it's on one of his streams on the Twitch. We were playing the level, the Pillar of Autumn. I think it's the second to the last level in Halo Reach, and you get to a point in the level where you you're driving the mongooses around, and then you evade all these like scarabs, these like big walking robots, and you get into like this gully, and in this gully is a wraith tank and a bunch of brutes and grunts and jackals, and he just kept, it's all on the stream, he kept telling me people, like, he kept dying, he was sandbagging, and he wasn't that good to begin with, but he was at least he could at least kind of do some things in the game, I guess. And anyway, yeah, he just kept dying and wiping us, and I was getting like very angry. And he was telling me, leading up, the days leading up before getting here, people are talking behind my back. I can hear them talking behind my back at church. They know what I did at Antonio's. Everybody's out to get me. And I would be like, do you physically hear them talk? Are you physically hearing them say this? And he would say, no, but I can hear them in my head. And on the stream, I'm pretty sure you'll hear us. I'm like getting angry because he's just wiping us and wiping. And I'm like, nobody's talking behind your back. Nobody this, nobody that. Like, pay attention to the fucking game, or I'm gonna log out because you're wasting my time. And he was like, I can hear him in my head. And I think it was like right there is where I knew like he's done for.
And his mental state, once you noticed it started going downhill very fast at one point.
Yeah, I mean, well, once you notice one thing, you're gonna start paying like way closer attention for the other things, I think. So yeah.
Well, since we're getting into that downturn, there's a few. We've already kind of mentioned one of the terms in another context, but Harpy and Harple are something he would come to talk about quite a bit, right?
Oh yeah. Um, so during Double Destruction, like after my little sabbatical or whatever, and I came back, we played SWTOR for a while, and then we ended up going to WoW. And he was gone for that transitional period between SWTOR and WoW, and he reemerged like, well, Tessin was long gone in WoW terms, and we were trying to, Wookie and I were dipping our feet into like 10 and higher mythic dungeon keys. We were really gearing up to try and get that Keystone Master achievement. And he had reemerged, and he found out we were playing WoW, and he was very happy. And sometime during that time is when Harpy and Harple had been, brought up the first time by him to us in Discord.
And while we kind of can explain, or at least give some guess at most things with Irish, this is one of the few that we really just. We're as lost as anyone listening about what Harpy and Harple were or were meant to represent. At least I was.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Now, the Harpy, he would also kind of start talking about NATO. NATO was another big one. And how did that end up becoming part of Irish's lexicon, his canon?
Well, NATO was, Irish's mental state was in a place where you could tell him anything, or he could hear something be said, not even to him, and he would believe it be true. Like, Irish was, it was like late one night, and he was talking to me and a guy named Hund that was in the guild, and he was like, I can't remember, but he was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. He was like very scared, and like Harpy, Rachel, and Aaron are gonna kill me, and blah 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 blah. And Hund was like, don't worry about it. Mark and NATO will help you. Mark being my father. And it was not meant in a way to like make Irish crazy or something. Hund was just like, off it. Don't worry, Mark and NATO will help you, type of thing. And yeah, like 5 minutes later, he's like, NATO's on my side. NATO be with you all, and all this stuff. And yeah, that's where we learned anyway. His mental state was so fucked that you could just say anything and he'd believe it. You could tell him the sky's purple, and he would go outside, look up at the sky, and say, "Yeah, it's purple." Um, King of the Lord of Stonehenge, or whatever he called himself. There used to be a Twitch clip where it's like Heir of Stonehenge, where it's like he was doing it again. He was like, "Why do you think this is all happening to me, Banksy? Why me? Why does it have to be me?" And I said, "I don't know. It has something to do with Stonehenge, dude." Like, and he walks off the Twitch stream, comes back, and he's got a cup of coffee. And he's holding a little cup of coffee, and he's like, "I just wanted to tell you, you're right, Banksy. I am the royal heir of Stonehenge." Like, that's how fucked he was. So, quickly, you just don't really engage with him. If he rambles, we just kind of like stopped engaging in any type of like real discussion that could lead to something. But I could be sitting there like, fuck this fucking goddamn fucking healer pulling ahead of me, and I'm the goddamn tank, and I'm trying to pull as fast as that healer, that's Aaron, so yeah.
He started to believe that his dad somehow believed that his father was a Fed at this point, right?
Yeah, well, he believed Harpy and Harple changed what it was, who made it, like, changed so much. But the one thing that I think kind of was like a mainstay thing was Harpy and Harple, in his mind, whatever it was some type of government device, built by the government for Aaron and Rachel, and John Kevin was their agent. John Kevin was a Fed.
Okay. And we'll get much more into her later, but just for a basic context type thing, who was Aaron?
His cousin on John's side. His cousin on John's side. They were around about the same age. Yeah, first cousin. Like, no third cousin once removed shit. Like, it was his cousin.
Okay. And he'd start live streaming, like, himself more during this time period, right?
Every day. Every day he played WoW. Excuse me, Jesus. Every day he played WoW. He'd stream WoW and have his webcam in the bottom left corner. Yeah.
And he would get, like, more and more out there as he would stream, or he'd do more ridiculous stuff, right?
Oh my god, yeah. There's multiple instances. There were so many Twitch clips of it back in the day, but there was one night in particular where, you try to have these discussions of like, instead of sitting here talking to us, maybe it's time you go talk to a professional. Like, go to the ER, explain what's going on, and they're gonna put you in a psych ward type of deal. But he would never take that advice. And so, like, there was one night where he's having these, like, little manic episodes of, like, some type of schizophrenia. And I'm like, you know what, Irish? Whatever's bothering you, just get it off your chest. You know what I mean? Just yell it out the fucking window. Because he used the term called nasty out the window. I'm being nasty out the window in my mind to Aaron, Rachel, and John Kevin. That's what he would say. So I said to him, okay, Irish, just yell it out the window. Nasty out the window. Be nasty out the window. Yell it out the fucking window. Get it off your chest. And then sit down and do a fucking dungeon with me. Because we were trying to do that. And so what he did was that he got up, opened his window up, and we were all like, oh my god, what the hell?
John Kevin? John Kevin? John Maley?
And so he screamed his dad's name out the window at like 3 a.m. And which was not what I was going for. I can remember thinking, I am not good at this. It's a good thing I'm not on the suicide hotline or something. Then that John was literally, if you see this picture, to the left of Irish is a wall, and on the other side of that wall is what used to be Irish's room, John's room now. John's sleeping in the next room, so then John wakes up and...
You are a fucking idiot. Now stop it and act normal. I only smoke in here.
Yeah. And he said other things. That's just a soundbite that has survived from the Twitch clip that is now gone. That's just a short soundbite, but there was like way more like yelling and all this type of stuff. But yeah, other things happened too. Like I had he was always like looking out that window thinking John was going to come through and kill him, or Aaron or Rachel, when John was the next goddamn room over. And then other crazy shit happened, like before I get into him walking in the room, I'm trying to think. There was something else I wanted to touch on, but it's escaped me.
Is this when he began wearing tinfoil on his head?
Yeah, no. Yeah, because he was like saying, he was saying something like, they're sending gamma rays into my brain to kill me. And somebody had said, well, get something and put it on your head like a hat. And then he was like, a hat ain't going to do anything. And somebody was like, okay, then get metal. Put metal on your fucking head. So he comes back with a fucking frying pan. There's a picture of it somewhere. And he, on his head. And I was just like, Irish. Like, that's, you can't walk around like that all the time. And then he made a fucking tinfoil hat.
And I remember this clearly. He believed that specifically Donald Trump was in league with John Kevin to steal secrets from his mind.
Yeah, Irish was doing other things like he called and threatened the FBI headquarters in Detroit, Michigan, somewhere in Michigan, wherever they are. He called the White House. He called I think a FEMA office, like any government organization that you could just pick up a number and call. He was calling and threatening to blow their buildings up. And how that all happened was, it was one day, it was like the middle of the day, and a guy who was in the guild named Purple messaged me on Discord, and I was not at my PC. I don't think I was even at my home at the time. And he was like, look, you need to do something, or whatever he said to me. I don't remember what he said in the text thing, but he was like, Irish is calling. He's on stream right now, talking with the FBI, threatening to like blow them up or something. I'm like, oh my fucking god. And I didn't get to it till much later in the day because I was doing something. I was working. I worked from home, but I think it was. Hell, maybe I was. This might have been my last job out. Might have been in North Carolina at the time. Actually, the more I think about it, I'm not sure though. It's all before COVID. Yeah. Actually, so I was probably out like physically working for what I do for a living. And then later that night, I know I laid into him, and I just felt like nothing I said even went in one ear. And I was telling him like, you call these places and you threaten to blow them up and stuff like that. Like, they're watching you now. I bet you $1 million. They're, then you're gonna get arrested. You can't do this stuff. And people legitimately thought like there was some, government agency looking into our Discord at the time. That's how many times he called and threatened these places. And I don't know if I'd bet on that, but if somebody told me there was, and they, if somebody from like the FBI said, oh yeah, we were like today, said, oh yeah, we were looking at that double destruction server back in the day, I'd believe them for sure.
I mean, I would too. I know it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for something like this.
Well, something recently happened too in Michigan. There was some like truck explosion or attack or something like that, or something happened round about that time in Michigan somewhere. So, it was even worse. But yeah.
And at this time, it was about here that he started to get not just more unstable, but he started for the first time to kind of show aggression towards John specifically, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would call going into his room in the middle of the night and waking the guy up aggression. I would. And that's what he was like. So we'd be sitting there, and Hund was playing his guitar or just playing whatever game, and and um, that's the night I thought he murdered John. And Zyford would be playing WoW, and I'd be like, you know, running keys and stuff like that. We were all just kind of doing our own thing, and you'd be sitting, and Will would be there, maybe, and you'd be sitting there, and he's like live streaming on Twitch and in Discord. And you'd be sitting there and you'd see on Twitch the computer shaking. It's like, what the hell? Is there an earthquake happening? And what that shaking was him disconnecting the speakers and his mouse and his keyboard. And he'd just pick it up, walk into John's room, and turn the lights on. This is at like 2 in the morning. Turn the lights on, and there used to be 2 Twitch clips of this. And he's spinning the laptop around. He's yelling, "John Kevin is a Fed working for Rachel and Aaron, and NATO is with me." And understandably so, John gets quite upset. And then I don't know if it was the same night, I think it was the following night, he did the same thing again. Only instead of this, like, John's a Fed, like, accusing him, he goes in and he's just like, he turns the lights on, and he's like, you can't be working for Rachel and Aaron, right? I'm your son. You can't be working for Rachel and Aaron. And that ended poorly. And then there's that clip. I don't know if you want to play that, but the one where John smacks him in the back of the head or whatever. I can find it for you if you need it.
I have it. I'm getting it set up right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, and this is what was going on. And so I would call this aggression, at least from the Irish I knew. This was nothing like Irish, but for him to wake his dad up, but yeah.
Here we go. I apologize. I had to swap what window we're looking at. There we are. No sound in this one, but you can read his lips. It's exactly what he's saying. And like you said, rightfully so, John smacked him in the back of the head, but you can see the wheels turning in his head right there afterwards. And so it was just crazy.
Yeah, there's another clip right there. That'll take you to Twitch. I linked it in general.
Oh, perfect. Let me swap windows.
There you are.
I've got to go to work in the morning.
See?
Yeah. Yep. Go back to the beginning so you can hear him go, "Uh-oh." But he was
Uh-oh.
I've got to go to work.
he was planning another venture
go to work.
into John's fucking bedroom. Only this
See?
time, John Kevin beat him to the punch. And then, I assume John took the laptop and slept, kept it in his room. But yeah, no, this was completely out of character in my opinion, and I have my theories, but I'm not interested in talking about them.
I would say the same. It was I, like I said, did not know Irish to the same extent you did. But what I can say is what little I did know him, he never seemed the type to get, like, outwardly aggressive with John. Not the type to start shit.
Well, I mean, and then you get into the things like I titled that clip "Why," WHY, for a reason. It's like, why are you doing this? Like I can't remember which one came first, but one of them he had told us he was gonna do it, and I was like, do not do this, like don't. And we were all telling him this, don't do this, don't pour water on John or whatever it was. And sure enough, wake up the next morning, and oh god, he streamed. Like, what the hell did he stream? Because the thumbnail is like him walking around again. And it's like, what the fuck did he do? And you click on it, and there's the clip of him throwing the water on John. That's this picture as he walked up to John, said like something about Rachel and Aaron, and poured water on John's shoulder and walked away. And then the other photo is he blasted him with like pudding or something, shaving cream.
Shaving cream like a can of Barbasol. Now, sadly, these videos no longer exist. When Twitch did its thing of wiping a bunch of videos in people's backlog, we think the clips went with them, but we have the pictures of it, and we've seen the video. He just walked up, raised it, and blasted John in the face and chest with it. And this is what... Goddamn. This is the screenshot we have left, and it happens to be one where John is in the process of realizing what's about to happen and dodging.
So this is all culminating at the trumpets of that hail Armageddon are all playing at the same time here, because he's starting to really lose his fucking mind, right? He's really losing his goddamn mind. John is about to shortly leave his job because of the Erica Guy stuff, right? Like, because he called Guy, and now he's all over the news, and the warrant's out for him, blah, blah, blah. John's gonna leave his job, like, maybe within a month's time of that clip happening with this clip is from, I don't remember exactly when, when they came back for a couple days, like, the final time we saw them, I think. But yeah, anyway, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I believe it is. I have this one here because it's one of the only photos we have of Sandra in existence anymore.
But yeah, that's so if you go back to like everything's about to line up within like a month to 2 months. I can't remember the exact time frame, but everything's about to line up. Like, for the beginning of the end. This is it. The pieces are moving on the board. He's gonna leave his job very soon because heat from the feds, which means he's locked in that house all day, and he's obviously ramping up to the point of raw aggression, I guess.
And at the very beginning, at least here, it was childish pranks like a cup of water, shaving cream, even the more serious ones like waking him up. But there was a point where it graduated to beyond that, and it was this, right?
Yeah.
The incident with the Molotov cocktail. And could you explain what happened that this is based off of?
Yeah. Well, we were running. It was a dungeon called The Other Side in what was the expansion called?
Shadowlands, I believe.
Shadowlands. Okay, yeah, Shadowlands. We were running that dungeon, and we were like, it wasn't our 15 key, but we were running it to like practice. Like, it's like a 12 or something. Or maybe it was like a 14 or 13. We were running it for practice, taking it very seriously. Me, Wookie, and then 3 pugs. And Wookie and I are taking this like extremely seriously. And so we're at there was like the blood boss, and then you go, and we're running towards Millhouse Manastorm and his wife, and you get to this portion of this part of the dungeon where you have to walk across these pipes. You have to like make a jump and then walk across these pipes. And I'm walking across these pipes, and everybody else is, either behind me or ahead of me. And Irish is there streaming live on Twitch. Irish comes back to his desk with a wine bottle, and he sits down and he's sniffing the bottle, and as he's sniffing it, he's rolling his eyes into the back of his head. And I'm not seeing this. I saw the replay of the stream. I'm not seeing this as this happens live because I'm locked into my computer monitor. We're running a key. And we're taking it very serious, as I said. And then I hear, Irish say, "Hey, Banksy, do you know what a Molotov cocktail is?" And somebody was like, "Oh, shit." And then people started laughing awkwardly and blah, blah, blah. And so in the middle of the Mailhouse Manastorm fight, I look over, and there he is with this bottle, and he's got a rag on his shoulder. I think he had it, like, kind of like on his shoulder. And I'm like, "What are you doing? Is that gasoline in there?" And he's sniffing it, and his eyes are rolling, and he says, "Yeah." And so I have to go, for some fucking reason, I have to play dad in the middle of like a key. I'm yelling at him, I'm telling him, all this dumb shit, and then I'm like, you got to go pour that out right now, all that gasoline out of that fucking bottle, and go tell your father what you just did, or I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna kick you from the guild, some type of leverage, I guess. And so he goes and he pours it out in his fucking toilet, all this gasoline that he had gotten from their lawnmower. Pours it out in the toilet, doesn't tell John, and then like 5 minutes later we hear John, like, "What the hell? Why does the bathroom smell like gasoline?"
Yep. He
But during that dad voicing in the middle of Mailhouse Manastrim, or whatever the fuck the stupid fucking character's name is, he said, holding the Molotov cocktail, like, somebody was like, "What are you going to do with that? Put that down, you're going to hurt yourself." And he said, "I'm going to light it and throw this at John tonight when he's asleep." He was going to wait till John fell asleep. Throw it at him.
And in a similar vein, not too distantly after this, he made another more nearly dangerous attempt at doing a similar thing, and John was able to stop him. It was when he was in the basement.
So the way it went anyway is, like, in everything, like I kept saying there, everything culminated, and now John's home all the time because of the heat from the Erica Geist thing. And the warrants are out for him and blah, 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 blah. So now John's home all the time. So one day, like, Irish had stopped coming into Discord, obviously. He ghosts. And one day, John's sitting there sleeping, taking a nap in the middle of the day because he's no longer employed. And he hears banging. And he wakes up, and he keeps hearing the banging. And so he meanders his way down to the basement, and he finds Irish with a, as it was described, a Bic lighter in one hand and a hatchet in the other, and Irish is striking the gas line in the basement, trying to, I don't really know what would have happened. I think but yeah.
I think, if I remember correctly, the most that probably would have happened is a slight whoomph of fire and then nothing much else. But either way, he was actively trying to blow up the house with him and John in it, and John was, at this point, for him, like, thankfully for Irish, able to stop him so he didn't blow both of them up, but it was dangerous. And this is, I always feel that up to this point, the escalation kind of felt sudden and, like, janky. Like, it would jump from childish stuff to this very suddenly.
Yeah, I have my theories, but I'm not talking about it.
And it wasn't too long after this that he actually got physical with John for the first time, right?
It was, yeah, no, it couldn't have been any more than a week, but yeah, essentially the way it broke down was John was cooking dinner, and Irish had come into the kitchen, grabbed the frying pan and or skillet, whatever you prefer, grabbed it off the stove and tried to attack John with it, like hit him with it. John was able to disengage and get the pan off of him. And then, well,
What would be the first shots of the melee civil war were fired. So, the first shots were when Irish actually managed to hit John. And it was at night. Jesus Christ. Would you like to explain the basic events that led up to this?
yeah, so, I mean, what ended up happening was John was sleeping. And he had heard his name being screamed, like very loudly, kind of like the audio clip I played. Only this time it wasn't coming from the room next door. It sounded like it was coming from external, like outside the house. So John gets up and goes to the kitchen. And that side door that you could see the mat of the picture of their house, that side door, he goes to the side door. And there is Irish outside, but more towards the back. Like where, if you look at the picture of their house, where the car, you could see the car, Irish is back there near the garage. And he's standing there, and this is winter. This is winter. This is happening the winter of COVID, when COVID kicked in. This is winter time. Irish is standing outside in a sweatsuit, you know, and he's got something behind his back. And he's just screaming John's name. John comes out, you know, what the hell are you doing type of thing. Irish presents the frying pan, the skillet. John panics, runs inside, not closing or locking the side door behind him. Irish comes in. John isn't able to get his hands up quick enough, and Irish cracked John straight over the head from right to left, as it was written down. Right to left. It says here, cracked from right to left across the right temple of my forehead.
And I believe they say it knocked him out
It
cold.
knocked him it knocked him the fuck out. Yeah, it knocked him out cold. Yeah. For an indeterminate amount of time. I'm sure John didn't say the word indeterminate, but yeah.
And Irish, like, they didn't do anything to Irish for this, right?
No. No. What happened in the immediate time after the first frying pan hit in the head? I don't know what happened. I don't know. John was knocked out, and who knows where the hell Sandra was, and who knows what the hell Irish went to go do. But yeah, the following day, there was a skirmish in the hallway outside of Irish's computer room, and then John's bedroom and or Irish's bedroom, depending on how you look at it. There was a slight skirmish in the hallway. John was attempting to take all of the cookware to the basement so it could be locked up so Irish couldn't attack him again. And Irish, seeing this, tried to hit him in the back with like a fist, a closed fist, like a forehammer thing to the back of the head and neck. And so he tried to do that. John was able to turn in time. They got into a slight, the way it's kind of described is a slight scuffle, and it was broken up by Sandra.
And after this, she sent John to stay in the basement party room area, and Irish got to keep the room, so she separated them, right?
Yes, she sent John to the basement under the auspices of the basement door locks. the inside of the basement door locked. And so I guess that's why he agreed to go down.
Which makes sense. He'd be able to lock Irish out should Irish do anything. And when he was at least in the basement, he felt kind of safe, right?
Yeah, no, yeah. No, yeah. The problem with the basement was it was like a they call it a game room. It had a pool table. It had one of these couches that you take the cushions off and it folds out into a bed, I think. Or no, yeah, no. It had some type of nice, like somewhere decent to sleep, sort of. But it was like a basement, so it's cold. But it had its perks, except it had no restroom.
And that was the thing. John would have to go upstairs to use the restroom or to retrieve more food.
Yes.
And there was for a while he was doing okay with this, but then one night there was an incident that happened involving a certain Gord. Could you let into that a little bit?
Yeah, well, the problem with locking yourself down in the basement while your crazed son is running free a floor above with your wife, who you still somehow think might be on your side. The problem with that is you don't know what's going on up there, save for what you can hear, third party, like them talking, and what you can hear them walking around. Besides that, you have no fucking clue what's going on, and there's no bathroom down there. And during this time, Sandra was doing the cooking. So Sandra would cook and then, come knock on the door. He'd come up, unlock it, take his food, go back down stairs. And well, one night John had to piss, and there's no bathroom down there. So John goes up the stairs, unlocks the door, opens the door, moves. Now remember, he's opening the door. Like, picture it in your head. He's opening the door, and the door doesn't pull towards him. The door pushes out. So he opens the door, pushes the door out, and rounding the left side, so the door's opening on his right-hand side, rounding the left side comes Irish with a watermelon. And as it was described, Irish hit him in the head with this watermelon so hard it concaved onto John's head. And then he fell backwards down the stairs, and he went unconscious. Pissed himself. He woke up in his own piss, and his wallet was missing. And hours later, he woke up. 12 steps.
And Irish had seemingly vanished with his wallet, right?
Yeah, wallet. Not that it matters too much, but ID, and most importantly, debit and credit cards.
And and a little thing that people don't mention, it's kind of hinted at this meme, but we like to joke about it. Irish didn't like watermelon, right?
I mean, supposedly. Probably, yeah. I mean, yeah, but he liked it that night.
He liked it that night. I just think it's a little thing that really adds to it to mention that he had to go out of his way to get specifically a watermelon to strike John with. It's such a...
But he didn't go out of his way. His mother went out of her way to get it.
That's...
Which is why you think she's still on your side is beyond me, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. How he ever thought she was on his side. She had him go in the basement. But after that point, like we said, he vanished. Seemingly wasn't living there anymore, but he never was kicked out, right?
No, he was never kicked out. He was never kicked out. He vanished, and John stayed in the fucking basement because he vanished. Sandra's in the house. John's starting to realize he doesn't know which side of the ball game Sandra's playing for, so to speak. And John, now he's on the loose, and John has no money, no way to get anything. Well, John had cash. He had a store of cash. It was like, I think he said like, it wasn't much. It was like maybe $300 or something. But he had cash that was hidden in the basement in like one of these things where you, this thing people used to do with a brick. There was like a brick, and you could move the brick, and he had some cash in there that apparently only he knew was there. So, but that's all he had. And so John's like hiding in his fucking basement for a while, and then he starts like kind of, okay, well, he's not in the house, so John comes up from the basement.
And after he'd been on the run for a little bit, we finally got like the first little attack of Irish at like this phase in what would be the Civil War, and it had to do with a lot of bananas, right?
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's really weird. So John was, Irish is out of the house. It's like rogue Irish. Irish is out of the house. Sandra's still there. John is no longer feels the need to hide in the basement because Irish is gone. So one day, it wasn't too long after the watermelon concaving, like a matter of days. One day, John hears his name being yelled yet again. And, instead of just ignoring it, what is he? Well, one of the reasons he wouldn't ignore it is because I have warrants on me. And so, somebody's screaming my name outside type of thing, the cops are going to come, which is a whole nother question on how Garden City is so that fucking inept that there's federal warrants out for John, apparently. And, they're a couple blocks up the road, but anyway, that's not the point of the video. And yeah, so he goes outside this side door once again, and he opens the door, only this time there's whole bananas, individual ones, just spread up and down the driveway. And so he goes outside and he's looking down at these bananas, and Irish comes, the picture of their house, Irish comes around the where Sean Gammons' house starts and cracks Sean in the head with a baseball bat. No, I'm sorry, not in the head. He starts beating him in the body with a baseball bat. Beating him in the body. And John is able to get his arm and his back up enough to protect his head and his chest area, and John retreats back inside as Irish runs off.
Which was it was another example kind of the it got ridiculous. The ridiculousness of what Irish was doing, and he weaponized food quite a bit. One of the next major events was also food. It had to do with a similar trap, but a watermelon in that yard, right?
Yeah, it's a watermelon again. An indeterminate amount of time later, but it couldn't have been too long. Irish had a picture, and it was that picture it's the picture we had in the slideshow. It's his mugshot. That original mugshot photo of John, not the one where his eyes are closed, the original one, we got that from Irish. Irish had that one. So he printed that out and put it on that one. Yet another watermelon. And he left the watermelon out in the middle of the yard and once again screams John's name, but only once. John comes to those big windows in the front of their house, looks out, sees his face on a watermelon. What does John do? Goes outside to get the watermelon because he gets angered by the fact his face is on a watermelon. Goes outside, and Irish had, it was described as 2 wrought iron rods and industrial rubber, whatever that means. I don't know what that means. And Irish had a coconut, and he put the coconut in the he used it as a slingshot and hit John in the side of the head with a whole coconut, like a whole one with the fur still on it.
And he Angry Birds. He Angry Birds John and hit him in the head with a coconut, which... Did this one knock him out as well? I'm pretty sure it did.
Yeah, it did. And he lied out there for, probably like 10, 15 minutes. I don't know.
It was at this point that Irish, with his newfound credit cards, proceeded to kind of gear up. He got himself a BB gun and started conducting guerrilla warfare against John, like more psychological shit, right?
Kind of, yeah. Kind of. He. This is when I believe it was Hund dubbed Irish the domestic menace. He didn't just get a BB gun though. He got like military gear. He had like, face paint and like like the drip drab type of Velcro gear they wear. Um, and he was like, and he started wearing an eye patch. Don't know why. He never got injured and lost his eye. Nobody knows why. Um, but yeah, uh, I wouldn't say it was psychological warfare quite yet. It was he was spotted around the neighborhood skulking around, and John saw him like a couple times. Well, he never saw him exactly. He saw like a laser pointer coming through the window and stuff like that, and then like neighbors saw this as well. But that leads into the debit card trap. Yeah.
Yes. The debit card trap, which would you like to explain how John got caught in this one?
So at the back of their house, which you can't see from the Google Street View, is another like purportedly, I've never been there, but nice window. And it looks out on, well, you might be able to see it in the toolbox video, but there's a window back there that Sandra's room, she has a little room that she called her painting room, and that's where she would paint. And one night, Sandra calls John into this painting room. She's like, "Look out there. Look out back." And he's like, "What is it?" And she's like, "There's your debit card just lying out there, John." He's like, "Is that mine?" And she coerces him into going out back to get his debit card, which is lying on, this grassy patch you can see in the bottom left-hand photo. And he goes out back. Now, mind you, he's seen like the laser pointer and stuff pointing in windows. He goes out back and he gets lit up by this, like, it's a fully automatic BB gun. It's not like one of these like, and then you like push a button. It's like a BB gun. He lights John up with this BB gun, and he's hit enough to the point where he's like disabled by it. He's hit in the chest, the face. He said it hurt like hell. And Irish comes up and starts beating him with the butt of the rifle, the BB gun rifle, and supposedly so hard the butt of the gun broke, beating him in the head. But yeah.
Astonishing that John, one, survived that, but two...
And John did not get his debit card back.
No, he did not. And he still... I don't... Oh, he... Sandra tricked him, that's what I'm trying to get at. Sandra was completely working with Irish at this point. She was helping him trap John, I believe, at least.
Well, yeah, and after the BB gun thing is when, like, the psychological warfare, quote-unquote, started, where Irish was firing off fireworks all night, like loud fireworks, close to John's home to keep John awake. And this went on for a couple days. And during this time is when John, like, was really questioning. Somehow, it took him this long to, like, start questioning whose side of the fence Sandra's really on here. John was quoted as, he was eating out of cans because he thought Sandra might be trying to poison him. Because he wasn't sure whose side she's on anymore. So.
And at this point, it started to, quiet down a little bit, at least in terms of direct attacks on John. Irish would kind of just start lurking around, telling him his time's up, and he was sent fish on 2 separate occasions, right?
Yeah, dead fish. Yeah, like whole fish you could buy from like any seafood market, which I'm sure there's a lot of good ones in the Michigan area given its location, but yeah.
And he very nearly got seriously wounded because he almost stepped in a bear trap, right?
Yeah. There was a bear trap on his front porch. Yeah. Now, I mean, it was described as a bear trap. What was it exactly? Well, somehow I doubt it was a bear trap. A coon trap, like a raccoon trap or something like that, maybe. Oh yeah, for sure, something like that. But a bear trap, a bear trap is a broad term for, these devices that all kind of do the same horrendous thing. But, you know, I somehow doubt they were, because there was multiple of them. I somehow doubt they were bear traps. But that being said, he had access to John's cards, so maybe he was, I don't know, bear trap Amazon.
I mean, possibly. I would think you're probably right that it was like a raccoon trap or a coyote trap, just because bear traps are very, very big. I would doubt Irish would be able to set that up without being noticed.
Yeah, you can. Uh, doesn't look like you can buy them on Amazon. Um, it was like, yeah, small animal traps. You can buy small animal traps like raccoons. So, I mean, I think he thought they came from his father-in-law's shed. That's where he thought they came. There was multiple of them. Like they found them all around John's house. So.
And it was right about now that Sandra left too, right? Her and John got in a big argument.
Uh, yeah. John got the fishes. The bear trap kind of happened. He would see Irish around. Like, Irish would be standing outside and he'd be with his finger pointing to his wrist saying, "Your time's up, John Kevin." Stuff like that. And then Sandra left. And pretty much, like, John still had money. This like, cash repository he had hidden. And John tried to get her to get in the car, go get him smokes, his mini cigars, smoker's choice, and beer, because John had run out of beer and cigarettes. He'd been out for a while, and he's starting to, get that monkey in his throat, and he wants his drink, and you're getting that nicotine withdrawal. You want your cigarette, and so he had told her, get in the car and go do this, go get this. And she said no. And they got into like an argument and she left. Like, not right then and there. Later that night, because he's now down in the basement hiding because he doesn't know which side she's playing, but now he should know, basically. She left in the middle of the night. So he woke up and the car and her were gone.
And not too long after this, he decided to attempt to venture out and kind of break his own siege, and it did not turn out very well for him.
No, that's basically what happened. Was he got out. He went out this side door, the nexus of everything. He goes out this side door, and nothing's there. There's no fruit, nothing. So he's able to get all the way back to his garage where the bikes are kept, and he's able to get his bike. And he gets on the bike, with the garage door open. He gets on the bike and starts quickly pedaling out down the driveway that you can see in their home picture. And he gets clotheslined. It was described as some type of clothing line that could not be seen in the daylight. And it hit him right in the neck as he was biking. Not in the head, not in the chest, in the neck. And he falls off the bike, and then from the direction was never explained. Irish came out from some direction and he started beating him with a new weapon, something called the 9-iron, as it was colloquially referred to as. So, and John had his tire iron on him during the time, because when John first left the house, he described himself going across the side of his house, like back to the wall, very scared with his weapon, this tire iron, to get to his garage where the bike was kept. And and Irish, a 9-iron, beat him with it, took his bike and the tire iron and drove off. So, and the often underlooked aspect of that is, for that to all take place, it's one thing to set up a trap and somebody, drives their bike into a clothesline and clotheslines them, or whatever you want to call it. It's one thing to set a trap. It's another thing to set a trap not knowing when the person's going to leave their house and waiting. Because as soon as he hit that clothesline and fell off the bike, Irish was there. It wasn't this, he fell off the bike and then picked himself up and then went for his bike, then Irish attacked. No, it was he got clothesline and boom, the 9-iron was hitting him.
That's the one I've thought about with a lot of the traps with Irish. The biggest one, other than this, being the first watermelon incident. There's a very decent chance that John didn't go up to use the restroom on prior nights, but Irish being there, he may have been waiting outside of John's door all night for multiple nights just to strike him.
It's possible. I mean, once Sandra left, John had the house locked down, but the problem was Sandra left with her own keys. So, it's not like he was safe, just because he might have had a door or two locked.
Yeah, and it's not much you can do. And if Irish really wanted in, he'd just go through a window. He wasn't.
Well, he tried to come through the side door with a hatchet.
Yes, he did. I was just about to ask about that. You were actually on the phone with Kevin when that happened, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah. So the way it basically like pans out in my mind that I can remember is, he was in, just like his son. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Why me? What? Deflecting everything, not taking any advice, deflecting everything, and bemoaning his current station in life, when it's all your fucking fault to begin with. And there was like a brief stoppage in the conversation, like a hold on, Banksy, and then like a pounding sound and ah! And like a loud Kevin scream, and then more pounding, and then the line went dead. And I thought he was dead until he called back the next day.
And he informed you that Irish had attempted to use the hatchet to chop down the door and get to him.
He chopped through the door, yeah. He chopped through it, but Irish realized it was going to take him too long, because it's not like an axe. And even with an axe, it's going to take a while. Irish only had a hatchet, but had he got through that door...
I don't think we'd be talking about anything else after this event if that were the case.
Yeah.
Well, after this, Irish would again kind of go quiet for a bit before calling John on the phone and challenging him, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was a period where Irish did nothing but call John. And then the hatchet thing eventually happened. How long this period was, I don't know. Irish was buying these little, like, burner track phones. Like, so you're calling from a different number all the time type of thing. These phones that you buy these little cards, as it was described, prepaid minutes or something like that.
Yeah, you can get them at, like, Walmart and Vons and stuff for not too much.
Irish was using these. And he was calling John and threatening him. And when he wasn't picking up the phone, Irish was leaving threatening voicemails on John's cell and their home phone. I would love to have some of those voicemails. But anyway, yeah. So he was doing that. And then Irish called John one night and challenged him to, a fight. Kind of deal. Like, meet me out here in front of the house and we'll end this. And John, I think, was like, you get to the point where you just had enough. You're trapped in your own house. And, the ticking time bomb, and it's often overlooked in this, is it. He would have ran out of food. So I do believe that was one of the reasons he went out to face Irish that night, even though it is kind of dumb. It's like he was running out of food. He was running out of, at some point all you're going to have is water and condiments. Because this had gone, at this point you're, I think, about 4 weeks, maybe 5 of D&D, probably more of D&D. Probably, hell, it could have been like 9 weeks in. So, and who knows when they went shopping last. So he's running out of food. So he goes out to face Irish. But the problem is, John didn't have any weapons. He didn't arm himself. He just went out with the intent to leverage his body weight against Irish, like he did probably, hundreds of times when Irish was a little kid and scared of him. And Irish, as it was described, had the bat and the 9-iron. How do you think that went for John?
I would assume it went rather poorly the moment he faced this. It went
It
horribly.
was a throttling of a beating. John had no weapon. The beating was so bad and John's screaming was so immense that neighbors. This was later in the day. This was like 7 p.m. ish. This was not like in the middle of the day. The neighbors saw this, came outside and called 911, and somebody had announced, "I'm calling the police," type of thing. And John, hearing this, crawled inside his home to avoid the ambulance and the police. Shut all the lights off, locked all the doors. Irish ran off, yet again victorious. And John, gets in the house, goes down to the basement, locks himself inside.
And this would already have been a pretty significant one because it was Irish challenging him to a fight, but this ended up being very significant because it changed something in John's mind. He started to live his own delusions too. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, I think it was this thing of I don't think it was like brain damage or anything like that. People like to say that because they think they're funny, but I think it was finally just seeing the scope of your domain. And it's like, here I am, like, mid-50s. I've got a warrant out for my arrest that's most likely federal because he called and threatened to kill the state senator. And he was all over the Yahoo News and stuff like that. So, and the Michigan News. And so here I am, and I'm getting beat to death by the monster I've created. I'm trapped in my own home. I can't even go out and buy my own pack of cigarettes, type of thing. I don't even have my car that I pay for, even though he couldn't drive it, but he was the one paying for the insurance and all that kind of stuff. So I think it was a scope of your domain type of moment. You witness the breadth of your domain, and instead of just accepting it and being like, yeah, this is my fault. This is what poor parenting will do. This is what torturing your son, who's probably somewhat predisposed to mental illness already, given who his parents are, can result. Instead of accepting it and just turning himself into the police and saying like, hey, this is what's going on. I know you're going to arrest me, but you need to get my son off the streets. He whipped up this, frenzy of, I am now Saint Guillotine. I am the saint. God is on my side. My son is evil. God is on my side.
I believe you said the thing he said was, God has tasked him to kill his son.
Yes, to make right what wrong I did. So I do think it was some, internal acceptance of the error of my ways type of deal. But masked and deflected with this, Jesus is telling me to do this, or who knows, maybe it was brain damage, or mental illness would be my guess, coping with the situation, and yeah, so he ends up there's an anecdote about this time. So first of all, he ends up dubbing himself Saint Guillotine. It was always pronounced guillotine, not guillotine. Guillotine, when he would say it. He ends up getting one of Sandra's bathrobes, and with tape, like black tape, taping the back of the robe, a black cross. Okay. Then he gets a white shirt, and he, with that same tape, tapes a cross. Okay. Then he just goes, because he has no tire iron or anything like that, and Irish has all these melee weapons. He goes under his sink, takes the kitchen sink pipe, that's what it's described as, takes it from the sink, thus ruining the sink if you think about it, and puts a cross on the pipe, and that's now his weapon. But oh wait, it gets even better. He then ventures outside, which there's a little anecdote about this. He ventures outside, dressed like this, goes into the garage, finds the umpire's baseball mask. That's how it's described. Not catchers. It was always described as umpire's baseball mask. Finds that, and that's now his helmet. He paints that white. That was painted white. It didn't come white. But when he went into the garage to get that, an anecdote is when he opened the side door of the garage, because when he went to go get the bike, he opened the garage door, the front, gonna get the bike, because he was just going as quick as possible. When he went into the side door of the garage, there was a noose as he walked in. Like one of these, like you walk into a noose traps.
Amazing. That's actually something I did not remember is the noose trap.
Noose trap. The only thing is the noose trap was set like way too high. So when he walked in, it hit him in the forehead. Now, who the fuck knows what would have happened? Probably nothing if it was set, because there was... But who knows? But anyway, the noose trap was there. So then he gets the umpire's mask, and he gets the umpire's vest. He had a vest on. It was often forgotten. Like the body armor vest umpires wear or catchers wear, he had one of these. Puts a cross on that, too. Paints that white, too. And then to top it all off, he decides he needs a shield. He takes and this is how it's described. I'm sure it's not tin foil. But yeah. The tin foil trash can lid. Puts a picture of Jesus on it. That this picture of Jesus was Irish's. He busts the frame, takes the picture out, and tapes Jesus's picture onto the trash can lid. And this is now his armament, his get-up, his persona, his... yeah.
Yeah, he believed he was a paladin of God. And meanwhile, while he's doing all of this, Irish has gone to Erin's house. And in this time, he's beginning to really fuck with Erin and her family, right?
Immensely, yeah.
I know there was one instance in which he attacked his uncle, right?
So, Irish had gotten some type of package. He'd bought something off of, I assume, Amazon. It was just described as the UPS package. He bought something off Amazon and put it on their front porch and knocked. Then when his uncle looked out the window and saw a package on the front porch, he went outside. Irish shot him with the BB gun and proceeded to beat him like he beat John with the BB gun. Then Irish runs off, roundabout to the side of the house. Irish throws a smoke bomb through this bay window that's often discussed on the side of their house. Throws a smoke bomb through that. He threw a brick first to break the window, and then like firework grade smoke bomb into the house. And while all this panic is ensuing, he's already set this ladder up. I don't know if it's the painter's ladder or not. And he climbed up to Erin's window. And you can get into the rest.
Well, he came up and he was trying to talk to her, right? And she, of course, sees her batshit insane cousin who had just assaulted her father climbing up. And
but she didn't know. She was upstairs blasting music. This all happened at once. She didn't know any of this. She's upstairs blasting music on the phone with her friend.
And then she sees her cousin come up in his mind, trying to talk to her and reclaim his queen.
Busts her window open.
And she bolts. Rightfully so. So Irish, being unable to get to her, decides, I'm just gonna raid her panty drawer. And he takes her bras and panties, and at this point he runs away, right?
Yeah, he runs off.
And I believe that was the last big one until John got another phone call from Irish, and was challenged to a duel at the local high school, right?
Yeah, Irish's high school. So this doubles back to, why didn't Irish walk to school? 51-minute walk. Okay, maybe that explains it, but even so. Either way, there's always been questions. Why didn't you just walk type of deal? It does look like it could be in that zone of, you're too close to get a bus, but, or maybe he didn't want to take the bus. Who the hell really knows? But yeah, and John was hearing all this from his father, who his father was calling him, telling him what was going on with his sister and niece and brother-in-law. And John's father was telling him to turn himself in. And John wasn't going to do that. So Irish, eventually calls and challenges him, telling John, let's end this here and now, Kevin. And John, now being the saint, happily agreed. And Irish chose the Garden City High School as, where it would all end. And so it was.
So we have 261 Deering, and the high school, it's up here. Now, to get from John's house to the high school, I'll have this thing set to give me directions. You have to go, the most likely route is to go from 261 Deering, and he would probably have taken the route out to the main street. Now, this path in particular is rather important because at some point along the road he would have to go down, if I can back out. He would have to go past this police department. So in his full Saint gear, the shortest route, according to when we checked on Google Earth, would have had him starting around here, getting out here, and then it's just a straight shot to the school. So at some point, he had to have passed directly by the front doors of the Garden City Police Department in full Saint regalia, tire iron shield, or not tire iron, kitchen sink pipe, shield and all. And they didn't do anything.
Yeah, and this is during COVID. This is during that weird time of COVID where things are starting to shut down. Like, the schools had been, for sure, shut down. Businesses were kind of on the fence. Like, food, for the most part, was still open in some bars. It all depended on, like, kind of where you lived. But the schooling was shut down, for sure. Some of that probably played into, like, the holiday season. But I'm pretty sure this was well into the new year. So, either way, the police they did not shut down, is what I'm trying to get at. We all know they didn't shut down. So, yeah, whether he was on their side of the street or not, he walked by them, in full Saint gear, to meet Irish and battle. As John saw it for the fate of his family, and Garden City, as Irish saw it for the love of his life, Aaron, his cousin.
And there had to, I would guarantee, somebody in the police department building probably saw him walk by. I would think so, and just didn't do anything, which kind of is the theme with the Garden City Police Department in general, is they never, to me, felt like they were actually trying to apprehend John.
Yeah. I mean, they knew where he was.
Exactly, they had to. And so he makes his way down to the high school. And
that's one of my favorite pictures ever. That one before that.
Right there.
Yeah.
So we have we do have a rough order of events as to what happened when they did actually fight. Now, they claim it was like a 25, 30-minute duel in front of this goddamn high school, right?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. And if memory serves, I believe the way it started was Irish was dual wielding. I believe it was the 9-iron and the tire
The
iron.
bat.
The bat?
No, the bat. Yeah.
And John had his kitchen sink pipe with the cross on it and his Jesus shield. And I don't remember the exact order, but one of the very first swings of the battle was John attempting to parry a strike from the 9-iron with the aluminum trash can lid, and it just folded over his arm.
It was the bat.
It was the bat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the bat. He tried to use his fucking Home Depot discount trash can shield.
And it folded like a taco. And so Irish was...
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean,
Irish had the upper hand at this point and was starting to beat on John. And in John's retreat, he proceeded to Captain America throw the trash can lid, which, according to the two of them, caught Irish like on the bridge of the nose and stunned him.
yeah, and that stunned him enough to make him drop his weapons. Is the thing. And then as Irish went to pick them up, John started wailing on him with that fucking pipe, with that fucking crucifix on it.
He took absolute advantage of the opportunity presented to him, and Irish and him, they kind of through this made their way outside of a local sports bar, and people started to come out wondering what the hell was going on. And as John is beating the hell out of Irish, he gets up and goes, "Wait! Stop! Stay back! It's dangerous!" And Irish pressed his advantage, and would you like to let them know what he did?
Well, so first of all, these people come out and they're like, "What the fuck?" You're not seeing this is where it happened. This Google Street View, or this photo of Google Street View, is where it happened. Because the parking lot's incredibly important, because that's where the covered truck was. But yeah, this is
Moving this to the same place, you're good.
this is where it happened. But anyway, so these people come out of that sports bar and they're like, "What the hell is this?" And remember, there's not that many people out. This is COVID. This is when, restaurants were in a weird place, and it all depended on where you lived. But some restaurants could only do takeout. Some could have only a certain amount of people inside. Blah 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 blah. Right? So nobody's fucking out for the most part. And they see this happening, and they all come out like, "What the hell's going on?" type of deal. And then John, "Wait, get back, it's dangerous." Irish Ric Flair's John is the way I would describe it, but hits John in the nuts and then pepper sprays John. And this brings John to his knees. The nut punch followed by a fucking pepper spray. Then, as it's described, John is hit with what is described as a decapitating swing from the baseball bat in the head. He had the helmet on, the umpire's helmet, in the head with the baseball bat, and Irish runs off.
And now people are obviously starting to call 911, call the cops, whom John knows are like a 30-second drive away. And so in order, he's knocked
You
loose.
probably already saw him walk by.
Yeah, they probably started taking bets as to when they're going to get a phone call about this. You know what I mean? So John is barely conscious, and he escapes the situation by crawling into the back of somebody's pickup truck, like one of the covered beds of a pickup truck, and he passes out.
It was described as covered with a workman's tarp. Whatever that means. And he jumped in the back, yeah.
And he passes out, and if I remember, he wakes up the next morning, and I want to say he woke up on a job site, just somewhere else. I want to say it was like 10 miles out.
It was about 6 miles away from his house, yeah. 6 miles away. Passing in and out of consciousness all day and night. So, slept the whole day and night, yeah, passed in and out of it. He was lying low in the back of the truck because he didn't know where he was, and he thought he was still in the parking lot, and the cops might still be around. But then, time to go, blah blah blah. You're hearing all these guys and all this construction equipment. He fucking moves the tarp and it's like, where the fuck am I? He had to ask directions. He had to ask direction from one of the construction workers. But yeah.
And then I believe he had to walk home, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no other way for him, yeah.
Now, he got home and he started to recover from this. And meanwhile, Irish was continuing his assaults on Aaron.
Yeah, the really weird stuff, yeah.
So at this point, Irish got a potato gun, like potato launchers, and he fired a tape and a potato through the front window, right?
Yeah.
And on that tape was, well, it was him killing, like, with blow-up dolls, and he's two big ones, one kind of dressed like his uncle, one his aunt, and one Aaron. And he I believe it was stabbed, right? The two big ones to death. And then he proceeded to use the third blow-up doll. He had sex with it. He had sex with the blow-up doll, and this was all sent into her front yard, or through her front window, through that same bay window that he'd already broken. And I believe at this time he also stole her dog from her front yard, right?
Yeah, it was out and about, and he snatched it. Yeah. Well, their dog, but yeah.
And like we said, meanwhile, John was laid up because
he was recovering, trying to come up with a plan to end my son once and for all. He was recovering from that quote unquote decapitating swing. But he was also like trying to formulate some way to beat him. Like there was like a lot of like if I could get a car that I can hotwire, I can run him. He was throwing out a lot of random ideas, like try to run him down with a car, so on and so forth.
And he really didn't come to anything because at this point he had basically zero options. And Irish would call him again, dictating the rule, like the terms of engagement. He called him and said he had Aaron hostage, right?
And his aunt, so John's sister, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so John, now the smart thing to do would have been just call the cops anonymously, right? That would have been the intelligent choice. But we know John isn't intelligent, so he decided to mount up on his bike and ride to his sister's house. Now, his sister, we know this, she lived in a pretty nice gated community, but quite a ways away from John.
I mean, that's one way to put it, yeah.
So John...
I would say an incredible distance for a man his age on a bike, but yeah.
Yeah. And so John donned his saint gear once more, got on his bike, which I believe...
That's not what happened.
No,
That's not what happened at all.
Would you like to elaborate a little bit on the order of events?
Yeah, sure. So there exists a picture of Irish's grandmother's house. It's the picture with the tire iron on the top and that picture.
Yes, I can find that right now. Give me one moment.
So that is where Irish and Sandra were like using as their little hideout. They were staying there, Sandra's mother's home, and they were staying there. John had come to the conclusion that they're either staying there or in a motel. One way or another, Irish was getting this stuff from somewhere, like the coon trap and the wrought iron things. So, and John surmised they're probably staying at Sandra's mother's house, John's mother-in-law's house. So John walked to her house, which we looked up. That's a distant walk for somebody his age as well. It's not too far from where they live in Garden City, but yeah, there it is. So he walked there first because Irish had stolen his bike. There was no mounting his bike. That he had to get his bike first. Irish stole his bike after the clothesline thing. So John had to walk here with the intent to hopefully find Irish and kill him. Didn't find him. Busts in a window, climbs in, finds a lot of the stolen stuff that from his house. He found his tire iron was here. His bike was here. He gets his stuff and he leaves through yet again another side door. Only when he leaves through that side door, whoever most likely, we don't know for sure, but it was a neighbor, whoever lives in that house next door came out to ask John what the fuck he thought he was doing. And John hit him in the head with the tire iron.
Yes, hit him with the tire iron and then beat his retreat. But he
quickly on his bike.
Yeah, very quickly on his bike. And it was at this point he began the trek of Saint Guillotine the Dumbass. Now, like we've said repeatedly, John was not in good shape. So while this only says, 2 hours and 9 minutes, it wasn't a 2-hour ride for John Maley.
No. I mean, he smoked cigarettes all of his life. You can tell he's like very overweight. He drank all of his life, multiple different types of drugs. No way. He's pedaling for maybe 20 minutes at the most before he's got to take a break.
And we've looked at the 3 main paths that Google Maps gives you for the fastest. Any of the 3 of them, he would have had to go down at least a few pretty populated roads.
Well, I mean, 275, like, I think, that's, like, 1 hour 38 minutes, that's all highway. 1 hour 46, that's all highway, too. Like, I'm pretty sure, I remember we looked and we were like, holy shit, that's all highway. Like, it's not interstate, but it's highway.
Mm-hmm. I believe these 2 at the bottom would have both been, like, mostly highway or in-town highway, and then these ones up top would have been like city streets, but still.
Well, how we know he took that one is he said he did not take a highway. That's how we know he took that one. He said he did not bike on the highway. He took that one, the 2 hour 9 minutes. So we know that it's right here in the notebook. We know that for sure. Because he was asked, like, how do you bike, on the highway? You don't. He took that way. The one that can suit a bike, residential roads. I mean, you can bike on a highway if you have a death wish.
I had actually forgotten that he did not take the highway, so that is something that makes this make more sense. But even then, the roads he took, chances are this was
brutal.
And this was during summer. Yeah, it was COVID summer, but there was undoubtedly a decent chunk of people on this lengthy trip that saw him.
I think it was like spring. I don't think it was like the heat of summer yet. But yeah. Maybe it was. I don't remember. But I think it was like what? Like April maybe? Maybe. Something like that. Maybe it was summer. I don't know.
I think it would have been like now that I think about it, like mid to late April, yeah.
A lot of things happened in this Maley Civil War, but they all happened fast. Like, they all happen. Boom, 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 boom. There was like that 1 week of a waiting game type of deal, but a lot of things happen in quick succession. It just seems like a long period of time because so much dumb shit happened that could have been stopped by, local authorities.
I mean, like the siege of Melee Manor, where John was trapped by Irish. In its totality, like we said, it was only like 3 weeks, a month.
Yeah, it wasn't too long because the vague memory point in my mind is like D&D that we unfortunately played at the time, and it wasn't this. Yeah, I don't want to talk about D&D.
Of course, it was just we were able to keep track at the time, and we know for a fact it couldn't have been like from the first time Irish hit him to this. I don't think it could have been more than like maybe a month and a half, 2 months, maybe a little more. But he would make his way to the aunt's house, and upon getting there, they lived in like a nice gated community.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
And if I remember, it was bordered by forest, right?
And a fence. It was like the gated community, this big ass fucking fence. We saw said big ass fence when we looked at it in Street View. Yeah.
And John, instead of just walking in the front, he had the brains to try and sneak in through the forested area.
Which worked.
It did work, and in there, he found a campsite that Irish had been using, right?
As his, like, little go base, yeah.
And there he found stuff like, I think he found some of his debit cards, some of them, I believe.
He found his debits, his, I don't believe his wallet was ever found, but he found his debits, he found a bunch of phones, like these pay-as-you-go type of deals. He found a tablet. He found a hot spot. So, like one of these things that produce internet type of deal.
Yeah, yeah.
He found a hot spot. He found the dog. He found the dog. He found the book bag that was filled with Aaron's undergarments, if you will. Some food, like camping food, not MREs. Well, maybe. It's described as camping food. He found there was a fire. Irish had made a fire, but the tools to start a fire, as it's described. Another BB gun, one that had never been... A different one from the one Irish hit him with, is how it's described. Camo clothing, mesh clothing, BBs that come in plastic containers, as it's described, and yeah, a couple knives, stuff like that. Smoke bombs, found some smoke bombs. Potatoes, I think we all know what those are for.
Yep.
Bricks, that's about it.
And didn't he find a couple more of those little, like, critter trap, like the snap traps in the woods as well?
Yeah, but they were around Irish's camp.
Yeah, like set up as a defensive measure. And so he would gather up a couple things from the camp. I believe that's where he regained the tire iron.
No, he got the tire iron back at his mother-in-law's house.
No, it was something else. The 9-iron. The 9-iron he found in the camp. And then he went, and Erin's house was bordering the forest. The back fence near her home was bordering the forest, and he found a spot that he thought Irish had been using to get in and out, right?
Yeah.
And so he goes up to the house, and he does truly believe that Irish is holding the aunt and Erin hostage, so he breaks that same big window and goes in. And he finds the house abandoned. Like nothing.
Yeah, Irish had taunted him, saying, I have them hostage in Aaron's room. And so John busts in the fucking window that the brick had been thrown through for the smoke bomb to go in. And he goes upstairs, he kicks open Aaron's door, which is described as kicked open, and nobody's home.
Nobody at all. So John's confused. He's been duped. Irish called him there and there's nothing, and he goes downstairs, goes to get back out the window, and he described it as a shit ton of cop cars outside. I think he said it was more than 10, right?
Yes, the most guns he had ever seen pointed at anyone in his life. Guns he had never seen before in his life, is how it's described.
And he
And
was.
there's feds there too.
And he was arrested. And while he was able to start calling you from the prison after he was arrested and taken in, and he started to give you some updates on what happened after that.
Yeah, well, it went all dark for. It was like 2 weeks, I think. There was maybe a week. It wasn't like a couple of days. It was like a week minimum. But I think it was like 2. We're just. I don't know what's going on. Nobody knows. And then you get this call, and on my personal cell, not the work one, and it's like you pick it up, but it wasn't a Michigan area code. I used to know the area code off the top of my head from Michigan because I'd be like, oh god, back when Irish had his own cell phone, like Irish is calling me, or oh god, John. It was like this long number. Like, that's fucking weird. Pick it up, and it's like this robot, and it's like, this is a call from Michigan State Penitentiary, blah 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 blah, inmate number, and then it would give this like serial number, and then it would say John Maley in his voice, and then it would say something like, if you don't accept the call, push. It was like, push 1 to accept the call. If you don't, the inmate will not be refunded their thing. Fuck. So click 1, and yeah, and that's how cause he, like, the last thing we heard was he was going to face Irish for kidnapping these two and holding them hostage. Then radio silence. And then the call came through a couple weeks later, 2 weeks, maybe a week, like I said, minimum. And that's how we all found out, how it all ended. Busts in the window and nobody's home, and he gets arrested and whisked away, and, all that type of stuff.
And it was with these calls from him that we found out that, yeah, the FBI was after Irish.
Yeah, well, because he called and threatened to blow them up, like, multiple times, multiple offices. He called the one in D.C., he called, like, tons of different places, not just the places in Michigan.
Yeah, and they were after him, which I think probably is part of what started to put a bit of a fire under the Garden City Police Department to try and do something. Because
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not even the Garden City Department that picked him up. It's whoever the department is responsible for the area where Aaron's family lives. So they didn't even do anything.
And I can't imagine that the agents from the FBI who were finding out about all of this shit were very happy with the local police departments when they found out what had been going on.
No, I'm sure it was a case of, like, what the hell is going on here? And, oh, well, type of, he didn't walk by in the bathroom.
And they just, like, what is the government paying you to do if you're not taking care of this? And it wasn't too long after this that Irish's reign of terror as the Menace started to come to an end, right?
Yeah, no, there was a discussion with 2 agents about what had been going on. They came to the prison, the jail. Well, first of all, he went right to jail, or prison. He went right to prison because of the Geist thing. Boom, right to prison. I'm sure he spent like a night in a local jail or something before they moved him. But when he was in the big time, the big slammer, that's when he called. And before he had called a second time, and between the first call from the robot woman voice and the second, these agents had what the hell's going on? Sat him down and, like, help us get this kid in now, and your wife. And so he told them everything because at that point, it's over for him. He told them what was going on. I don't think he helped them in any way get Irish. Irish ended up getting himself, basically. And then there was that third, and there was 2 more calls after that. But there was the third call, which was, when these same agents told him, like, hey, we got your son and
And
wife.
and your wife, because we already knew this, but Sandra had been helping him to the point that she was the one driving when the potato gun incident happened. And
Yeah, that's an important. Irish never learned how to drive. Irish couldn't drive, so yeah.
and best we can tell was probably recording when the blow up doll incident happened.
Yeah.
And they were caught. They were caught trying to give his. It had to do with the neighbor kid, right? They were trying to give Irish's things
Sean
to
Gammons.
to Sean Gammons because they wanted. I believe it was. Correct me if I'm incorrect. They were trying to get him to pawn them and then give the money to them, right?
Yeah, so they they pulled back up at Deering, the street of John's house. They pulled back up there and wanted to get some shit. And they were trying to get shit to then have Sean Gammons take most of it and pawn it at a local pawn place and buy a gun, number 1, and then get the rest of the money they needed as go money, basically. And their plan was to go to Colorado, which always was like a big, like, why do you want to go there in the back of my head thing up until recently. We were talking about it. And I think Irish was trying to get to Colorado because that's where Kifu lived. His name hasn't come up in a while. He disappeared early on from the story, but Kifu lived in Colorado. And I think he was trying to get to Colorado to get to Kifu. But, that's just a guess. But anyway, so they pulled up at the house, and there was agents, not Garden City PD. There was agents watching the place. They pull up at the house. They see them go in. The Sean Gammons comes out. Sandra's inside grabbing stuff, like Irish is like Alienware laptop, like anything she thought she could hawk off quick. Irish is outside laying out the plan to Gammons, and boom! As soon as Sandra came out, they got them both, and that was it. That was it. And we know Canada because they had a map in the car, like a physical map, not like a phone, like a physical map with Canada circled. That's how we know Canada.
Okay. And
Or,
after
I'm sorry, Colorado, not Canada, Colorado. Excuse me.
yes, Colorado. And after this, they were both brought in, and to our knowledge, it kind of got very quiet after this point, but to our knowledge, what happened to Irish and Sandra after?
Well, there was Sandra. The only thing we ever heard about Sandra and her reasoning was she just wanted grandkids. So she went to a female prison for a while. Irish never went to a prison, rightfully so. He went to a psych ward. I always say insane asylum, but they're not insane asylums anymore. He went to a psych ward in a hospital, and that's what ended up happening to Irish.
And at one point, he tried to escape, right?
He did. He did. Now, escape in as in all these psych wards built into a hospital, they're like a portion of the hospital that is kept on lockdown, right? And he had gotten out of the lockdown portion and into one of the, like lobby depositories, not the front lobby, I'm pretty sure, just one of these like lobby areas, and he had struck a orderly. He had struck an orderly in the face, and he was tased. Once he was ID'd as a mental patient, he was tased.
And at this point, did we hear anything else from them?
No.
And if you had to take a guess, about how long do you think it was that it was like complete radio silence?
If it all concluded the final call in like May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. We're coming up February, March, 10 months. Maybe, maybe shave a month off, but March was because we are coming up on the 5-year anniversary of not seeing Irish since. So, but we're far off from that. It happened in March. The final time we ever saw them was March, because it was around about the time the anniversary of killing Revan, this boss in SWTOR that was this, big deal to kill for some reason. Yeah. So, yeah. So it was like 10 months of nothing. About the only thing that ever really went on is people regaling tales of them, wondering what happened. There was like countless hours spent, trying to find all their mugshots, and because if John's mugshot was ever found, he probably would have been in at least some of the Saint gear. People really wanted Irish's, like really bad, and Sandra's, but we never found them. I never put too much time looking into them, but other people did. Are they out there? Yeah, I'm sure, probably, but yeah.
You'd have to probably spend a decent amount of money finding them, I would think. But then they reappeared one more time, right?
Yeah, it was just a very out of the blue, it was a very out of the blue reemergence of all of them. And they were all back in the house together. And he had logged in. Like, he didn't forget his password and stuff like he usually did. He just logged in. We saw him come green on Discord one day. And we're like, what the hell? And he popped in voice. And immediately, his webcam comes up streamed live. And there he is in the kitchen with Kevin. John Kevin Melee.
And it's like nothing had happened. They were just living in the same house together, and you guys started to talk to them about it, and they confirmed, like both of them together confirmed everything John had told you about the Civil War.
Yeah, I mean, about the only thing they really argued about and disputed was like who won the high school duel. They both confirmed 25 minutes, which is not believable in my opinion, but maybe like 20 minutes of postulating and I'm gonna kill you, John. No, I'm gonna kill shit talking. But yeah, they confirmed it all to be true and had happened. And Irish's head was uncharacteristically shaved because he had just gotten out of the ward. Kevin was back working again, and Sandra was somewhere lurking around their home. And they were back, and they were back for a couple days. It wasn't too long, but yeah, they were back for a couple days. And the first couple days they were back was this: he was streaming out in the kitchen on his little laptop. They had plans to hawk, 11 months prior, for money to run to Colorado. And John was always happy and in a good mood, and the happy Kevin face, and they were all. It kind of at first it seemed like kind of hunky-dory-ish. Everything seemed okay, but the cracks. I have a video. I don't know if we're gonna play it, but that one of you think Aaron's skin is chocolate skin. This is speaking from Sean right now.
I was planning on playing it. Let me get that pulled up real quick. One moment. Couldn't.
So this video is after the war, if you will. This is, and
changing the stream right now to Dreamland. Well, we have this one, and then where are you? It's lower, I think. There's a lot of stuff to scroll through to find it.
It's not that big of a deal.
It was a rather lengthy video, and he was talking a lot about just Erin, things about that. Like you said, do you think her skin is chocolate skinned? I believe olive skin came up quite a few times too, right?
Yeah, and he was just starting to crack again. He was starting to, like in that one where John's head is like towards the right of the frame, smiling down, like you'd see Irish standing behind John, mumbling to himself. Irish was not clearly, he wasn't well. They let it, yeah, like when John sat down and started talking, and I love you guys, I love you Banksy, I love y'all. Irish would be in the back mumbling to himself. And we knew it wasn't. The problem might have been short term addressed, but it wasn't completely addressed. And a couple days after that, they were not around long, maybe a week at most. Like maybe, I can't remember exactly, but it was a flash in the fucking pan or a lightning in the bottle worth of time, and like a lot of things lately. And the final night they were around, Irish was back to egging on John. He wasn't going into, yeah, like when he's standing behind him, he wasn't like going into John's room or anything, but he was like, you can see the TV back there. He's like, I'm gonna watch Saving Private Ryan. Turns the laptop around for us to see it. And then he's like, I'm gonna turn it up all the way just to fuck with John. And it's like, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. And that's the last time we ever saw or heard them, was that night. He was blasting Saving Private Ryan, the opening battle scene on Normandy Beach or whatever. TV was at max volume, and Irish was like laughing, and John came in, and we heard, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" And then the laptop got forcibly closed, stream went dark, Irish disconnected from Discord like 15 minutes later, because I guess his computer fell asleep, went into sleep mode or something like that, and never saw him again.
And it will be 5 years in just a few months.
Yeah, March. So we're in November already. December, January, February, March. 5 months will hit the 5-year anniversary of the last time Irish and Kevin were ever seen, and it'll be 6 later in that month. It'll be 6 of Revan. 6 years since Revan.
Well, on that note, before we kind of start wrapping up, I have one more big question about Irish, and it is, if you can think of anywhere throughout this entire story that was the point of no return, where would it be?
Antonio's. The knife incident. Antonio's was no going back, because I think, at least for me, I think Antonio's represented the last chance he had at a somewhat semi-normal life. Like, if he was working 8-hour shifts there, and that's 8 hours out of that house, and if he had, and he was working the afternoon to night shift, so by the time he'd get home, John was in bed. John was out of the picture. He, wouldn't see John till the morning when John got up to leave, So, and Irish would, if he was on a semi-normal schedule, would have probably stayed up to like 8, 9 in the morning, slept, and then woke up to proceed to work. So, he had, money coming in, some responsibility, something, maybe he wasn't thrilled or proud of himself, but he had something to be proud of. He was holding a job. There's nobility in any honest work, whether you're a window cleaner or a dishwasher or a line producer or a comic shop employee or I don't know, an ice cream man, as long as you're honest about it. But Antonio's, there was no going back, because the knife thing and taking the advice from John, it was like the temptation to the dark side. And after Antonio's and him getting, he had become his father at that point. He had, done one of these stupid public acts, threatened a girl who never did a goddamn thing to him, had only been nice to him, gotten fired and removed by the police. He's lucky he didn't get arrested. Gotten fired from Antonio's, removed from the building by the police, made to wait outside for his mother to come pick him up, and he was super embarrassed from that. And that's when all the "I can hear people talking behind my back" started. This, that, John Kevin set me up for failure. John knew what he was doing. John guided, That's when there was no going back. I think maybe it happened earlier. Maybe there was an incident earlier, but I think he had the olive branch of at least some normalcy in his life, of having a job, getting out of the house, being the fuck away from John, and things lined up very nice to minimize time around Kevin. Kevin minimizes time around him. He's bringing in money. Money is opportunity. Opportunity equals, sky's the limit. Just depends on how hard you want to work. So, yeah, there's no going back. I always used to tell him, if you stay in that house, you're gonna end up like your dad. You're gonna become your dad. You are gonna be your dad, and he did. He even is missing the same teeth as his father. Like, the same teeth. He's missing the same teeth. He had you can't really see it here, but he had like a little beer belly going on thing. There's no going back.
I
Not there, no way.
I
Oh, and he was doing nothing but drinking and smoking all the time too, and that's all John ever did.
I would completely agree. The way I kind of have thought about it is in terms of him having a chance to lead a semi-normal life. Strike one was when John made him drop out of high school. I think strike two was when he fucked up everything with the church for Irish, and I agree Antonio's was strike three, nail in the coffin, there's no coming back.
Yeah,
And I get that that's a rather sad last kind of thing to mention about Irish, but it's kind of the story of everything with him. John, yeah, Irish had his issues. He was crazy, right? But John, at every turn, seemed to purposefully sabotage his son.
yeah, I mean, I really don't know if John, even, cared about him. Maybe some part of John did. I'm not sure, but it's hard to believe he did, looking at the way things were played out and handled.
I think John thought he cared about Irish, but I don't think John ever had that kind of paternal affection for Irish that a father should have. But, on that note, do you have any, like, closing thoughts and hopes? Closing thoughts or hopes about John, and mostly Irish, and this whole situation?
Ah, I mean, for me, I just, I hope Irish sees this somehow, and not to see it and feel like anybody's trying to make fun of him or something like that. But there were, so he knew there were people that cared. There were. There's a whole guild of people. Well, maybe not everybody in the guild, but the majority of us in the core group cared and wanted to help. And just so he knows somebody cared about him. And I would hope, I don't know, like, maybe he could reach out some way, somehow. I would just like to know what happened. I don't necessarily need him in my life. I don't know if that's a good thing, especially right now. But I would like to know what happened. A lot of time was invested into Irish. A lot of talks, like dad talks, big brother talks, and not just me. A lot of people invested time into Irish, and to not know what happened is rough, because we don't even know if he's alive or not. We don't know with his mental illness he had. It could be anything from suicide to or the true horror of being back in that goddamn house, and it's just another ticking time bomb waiting to happen, of another civil war or something like that. But yeah, I would just hope he sees this somehow and reaches out, or yeah, just so he knew somebody cared about him, like we did. Maybe his own family didn't, but I did. I can only speak for myself. Um, but yeah, definitely.
I didn't know
And
him.
it's just sad. It's just fucking sad. It's par for the course here anymore in this Discord. It's just sad. It's a sad ending to things. Ambiguous ending. That's what happens when you let problems get out of control. You know, and you don't address problems head on. Is something like this is going to happen, and John had every opportunity to address these problems and chose not to. It's not just mental illness. It's, you know, this goes back to the beginning, like poor parenting and all that type of stuff. So yeah, would hope I would hope he's doing well.
My thoughts are roughly the same. I wish we knew what happened. I didn't know him as well as you, but I knew him enough to feel really bad for him, knowing everything that's happened to him. And my hope for him is that, I think I've said it before in private, but that he has gotten out of that house and he's doing decently well for himself now. And for John, my hope is that he's either in prison or dead. Completely honest here. But it really is just a tale of how one bastard failing as a father just completely and utterly destroyed a young man who never truly had a chance.
No, like totally destroyed him. Fucking complete mental meltdown. Like, man. And then, you know, created his own undoing, at least for a short time. Created his own undoing. And if they're still in that same house, if they're still all living together, then, the cycle will probably repeat itself. But my guess is they're not. I only guess they're not in the same house anymore because I feel like Irish might have found a way, like, somehow to reach out to us. Maybe that's just like hoping against hope. But Irish always came back. Like, no matter how bad it got, he always came back. The fact he didn't come back this time, I think that's where a lot of the worry comes from. And, you know, no matter what craziness went on, he always found a way back. And certain ways back were definitely cut off to him this time around. But digging around SWOTOR, we found out he hasn't at least logged into those characters. So, you know, it's not good. It's not a good sign.
No, it's really not, because I do agree, if he were still in that house, he had a plethora of different profiles on different sites and services that he could have contacted you on, and in some ways it's a very disheartening thing, because it's so ambiguous. That could mean that could just mean he's not using those things, it could mean he's back in the institution, or the best case is he's in like a group home somewhere or something like that. But there's so many options that who knows.
Well, he once described like SWOTOR, because we'd always talk about SWOTOR and how like shitty it was. Yet, you know, we played it because it was like we had a love for the game. Maybe it wasn't the same game because the game changed so much, but we loved the game. It was like our they call it your honeymoon MMO or whatever. We would always like, why the fuck do we do this type of thing? Why do we play this shitty game? And like we in general, whoever was around at the time, and he would always say, well, it's my only escape. You know, it's the only place I can come to feel normal because I have you guys to talk to. And, you know, I can't go talk to John type of thing. So can't go talk to John Maley. I mean, I can, but it's probably not going to end well.
And that he stuck with it because it was a safe space, somewhere he could, like you said, be safe, be himself, and not have to worry about his shitty father. And the
Yeah,
fact,
and for him not to come back to that safe space is like, I think that says volumes. I think that speaks volumes.
I would agree, because he would have gone back. We know he hasn't logged in bare minimum since the start of this year, because that's when they did that thing with the player names, and that's why we couldn't find him at all.
I mean, I still have an outgoing friend request to ThatIrishGuy 5523 on Discord. I still have a friend request that I sent out to him a long time ago. And that's never been answered. And just pull up my Steam window right quick for Sir Irish last online 3 years ago. So yeah.
Yeah. And best case scenario, he just lost the accounts and is on something else, but the fact that he hasn't been on any of them is where we're at. It's a very, I know it's a sad way to end and a very gloomy thing, but it's the truth.
Well, it's like I said, it's a bit overlooked, but when he came back that final time, opened his laptop that they were trying to hawk off, and everything was still there. All his login information was still there. All that shit was still there. So theoretically speaking, as long as nothing ever happened to that laptop, he should have still been logged into everything, right? So
Yeah. And that's, well, as they say, them's the beats, right?
yeah, no, it's a very sad ending to things. People like closure. People like definitive endings. It's it's a common trait in writing closure, giving closure. Even if it's bad closure, people want closure because it's worse to not have any. Like a million times worse. It'll keep you up at night. It'll do all these terrible things to you. So to not have closure after everything that happened and all the time invested and all the ups and downs and the roller coaster ride that was, knowing him from a personal standpoint, yeah, it's rough for sure. I don't know. I don't think about it. I don't think about him too often. But recently, having a discussion with somebody a couple weeks ago, it brought him to the forefront of my mind. Like, oh my God, how can it be 5 years? Like, and that's the only reason we ended up doing this. Because it doesn't seem that long, but it's been a long fucking time. And 5 months from now, it'll be 5 years since anybody saw him or heard from him. And I know me personally, I never wanted a little brother or to be a father, but I don't know. You end up getting stuck with these fucking people, and you feel like you can make a difference, and well, you can't. So don't try. That's the moral of the story. But it definitely hurts for sure. I guess is I don't know, the touchy-feely way to put it. Because we witnessed his degradation over time. We really did. Maybe not all of us in Double Destruction witnessed everything, but I did. I saw him from, and God said unto Moses in Stimatics to, fucking, I'm gonna blast Saving Private Ryan, and laptop lid gets closed. We saw it from beginning to end. Those of us in Double Destruction saw, like, the real downfall and everything that built up to it. So that's bad enough, for sure. And he was a good kid. At his core, I believe he was a good kid. I don't, I always used to tell him, you don't have to be a quiz kid. You don't have to be a book smart. Fuck that. There's different types of intelligence. And to be frank, you just got to find the right gig. And believe me, you'll make good money. If I can do it, anybody can do it. But he was always down on himself and down on it, his luck or whatever they like to say. So I don't think he ever gave himself a chance either. But that's because of John, not because of himself being like a loser or something. there were attempts, uh, but hey, he was a good kid. I never saw him as making, being the next Jeff Bezos, but he could have been a trade worker. He could have been, a mechanic. He could have been a number of many things that are these like very high-paying, like pretty wholesome careers that are always in demand everywhere you go. Or he could have just been a dishwasher all of his life. You don't have to aspire for hundreds of millions of dollars. That's its own can of worms. But when you're raised like that, you're not gonna have any goal. I mean, as far as we know, he doesn't even have his GED. He never got his GED. He never learned how to drive. These are all like basic things that, if you don't have or do, you're actively subverting yourself to succeed in life. Like, maybe you can make an argument with not knowing how to drive. Okay, fine, whatever. But if you have to go apply to any normal job and you come in with the same credentials as the last guy, and they're like, I really like that last guy. He drives. You come in and they like you. You don't drive. They're going to hire him over you. That's how the world works. He didn't even have that. I mean, he asked me how sex worked. I had to explain that to him. It's like, what? I barely know you. I've known you for like 4 months. Like, why are we talking about this? I never wanted kids or a little brother. I was happy being the baby of the family, and I still don't want them. But that's how sheltered he was. He didn't even know how sex worked. He didn't. That's how that's all a father's responsibility. It's a father's job to do that type of stuff and set your son on the right path. And you'll come work at the CNC shop with me because this is what I know how to do, and I'll teach you. And who knows, maybe you can go to school or something while you're doing this. That's what a dad is supposed to do. And if they don't do that, they're not a good father. If they don't at least try. Doesn't mean you have to succeed at it, but you have to at least try. And if you don't try as a father, then, if it's random fuckwads on the internet trying, and here you are drinking your beer and standing at the stove smoking, what the fuck are you doing with your life, man? You should have put him up for adoption when he was born if he didn't want to do all that.
Might have amounted to something if they had.
Not might, guaranteed. Probably would have had some mental issues, but guaranteed he would have gotten somewhere farther than where he got under those two. For sure. And, I would pay a lot of money to, I don't know. I don't like the term be a fly on the wall, because flies get swatted and die. So, somehow have a view into that house to just know what the hell's going on in there. Are they all still there? Do they even live there anymore? You can't trust those websites 100%. And I know we've talked about trying to call, but then some things happened and here, and I think that's all out the window for now. I don't know how my call would be received, and I really don't want to. Not right now. I don't want to be screamed at by racist John, or, I might be welcomed as a hero, like, I love your bank. I don't want to deal with that. I'm dealing with enough as is. So, maybe someday we'll call, try to find out.
I think someday we may. I think with that, we've said most everything that there is to be said, right?
Yeah, it's a cautionary tale of what poor parenting not can do, will do. Maybe it won't turn out like as bizarro as this, with like all this domestic violence shit going on, but it'll turn out bad one way or another. Whether it's, whatever. The sky is the limit. This is what bad parenting will do, not can. Uneducated people will say can. Educated people will say will do. It will negatively impact your offspring forever.
I would say that exactly the same. You might not turn into the domestic menace, but drugs, the wrong crowd, or just not being well adjusted, it can do any of them. And, well, I think I'll give you the last word before we sign off. Anything to say?
Just, if you see this, Irish, reach out here on Nick's Twitch. If anybody that knows Irish, reach out to him, tell him, our thoughts and prayers are always with him. Uh, you know, and we're here to talk to if that day ever comes. We're here to talk to. But ground rules. You got to have a headset if you're living at 261. That's really it. Other than that, you were a good friend. I love you. I hope you take good care of yourself if you're still out there, and prioritize yourself first, not anybody else. That's it.
I'd say the same. And with that, we can bid everyone watching adieu for the night.